I'm so sorry for the two people who are watching and just getting um, beatbox Hans Zimmer as their greeting. Just oh, good grief. Okay, let's do this thing. Oh, see, it is time. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Jake. Hello, Nero. Yes, Hans Zimmer is a legend, and oh my goodness, I've got to move these, move them to a place that non-intrusive. It's driving me mad and it's burning me, and nothing's gonna stand in our way, not tonight. If you stop, you will be melted. So continue. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have discovered the melting, the true secret of the universe. Somebody noticed me. Okay. And people are pouring in fast. I'm not used to that on my streams, but I guess people just want to talk about this amazing show. This fabulous creation of Marvel Studios.
It was definitely your singing, I think.
Was that?
It was definitely your singing.
Yeah,
it's attracted people.
It could be. It could be. They heard the murmurings and oh my god, why does this just got to find the place for this. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Jesus, all the reptilians. Thanos wanted to murder everyone and remake the universe. Shame the space lizards beat him to it. That is yeah. So, where to begin as people pour in? Well, Kat, how about you? Just you give your experience. Just what were your expectations going in, and how did you come out? How did you emerge from Loki episode 1?
Well, I do feel the need to preface that I suspect there were a lot of references to the comics and general Marvel lore that I'm entirely unfamiliar with. I have been a movie fan, but the rest of it I'm sure went completely over my head. So this is as a somewhat casual fan. But that being said, I really wanted to enjoy it. That was sort of my hope going in. I was not a huge fan of the other TV shows, so was this one, lots of characters I like, in theory, ideas I liked. And then it was just sort of growing rage, basically, as the episode went on. And I'm just terrified that there's still 5 more hours of whatever that was. So I think I'm not sure I have come out the other side. I think I'm just stuck in my own time loop of misery now.
Yep. Well, if you're not miserable right now, you're going to get melted by the reptilians.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was not meant to like it. That's not part of the sacred timeline. So.
No, it's not. You see, you had to be miserable, or the reptilians would just destroy you. They'd be very cranky.
Exactly.
So here's the thing, chat, right? So I watched the episode last night. And I went in, I wasn't going in trying to hate it. I went, you know what? If you can meet me halfway, if you can deliver me a fun premise, something that, not necessarily making sense, it would be nice if you made sense, but if you can be fun, if you can just not destroy too many things, if you can just not assassinate the character too much, if you can just give me something like a fun little time travel romp, that'd be cool. You know, that'd be really cool. Like if you could just give me something that, you know, it's not too connected to the MCU. Obviously, you got to kind of pick up where Endgame left up, but you know, you could just have this be like a little standalone that happens to have Loki in it. That could be cool. That could be very, very cool. And what did we get? What did we get indeedy? We got this somehow set a record for just the amount of time it took to destroy well, not just anything, but we have found the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found the bottom of writing. There's a well, you know, just imagine a little well of writing. And you know, everything above it, everything that the well contains is like every way you can fuck it up, the deeper you can go. And once you reach the top of the well, you've reached about a 5 out of 10, where it's not really destroying anything, but it's also, not really that great to begin with. And then above that, you reach like the really soaring heights of deep characterization and all the internal consistency you can throw a spoon at. And Loki, we're at the bottom. We are right at the bottom, and right now we're pressing into the bottom. We're trying to find new bottom, and not the fun kind. We're just smushing into it. It has managed to single-handedly destroy the MCU. And people on Twitter are just like, oh, well, the MCU was destroyed by Endgame. Oh, well, the MCU was destroyed. Someone tried to argue that the MCU was destroyed back when Hawkeye quipped while using a bow and arrow. And I'm just like, okay.
But a long bow to draw, if you know what I mean.
Yep. And but the thing is, I am a staunch believer in there's very few writing conundrums that it's impossible to write yourself out of. It's just that writers nowadays are so incompetent, it creates the illusion that there are these huge writing challenges that are literally insurmountable. The truth is, while they might be incredibly hard to overcome, it's not impossible to overcome it, if that makes sense. So time travel, you can totally work with time travel. It's very difficult. I would say that first you got to pass what I would call the test of cause and effect, which is to say, can you handle working with time travel? Not time travel. Can you handle just basic cause and effect in a linear sense? Can you just tell a normal story where cause and effect respond to each other? And if you can do that, if you can, if cause and effect, if you can handle cause and effect, then that means that you might be able to handle time travel, as long as there's heavy scrutiny going to your script, as long as you're spending a lot of time working on the rules and making sure it obeys the rules. But I think time travel can work. It can even work in established franchises. Just all about the time you take to make it work. It's like any other element in writing, really. And I think time travel gets a bad rap because so many people have abused it to shit. And that really disappoints me, because I see time travel as a very rich canvas for storytelling if you do it right. But obviously, I'm not here to praise the wonderful time travel mechanics of Loki. I'm here to establish why Loki has most likely destroyed the MCU, unless everything that is that happened in this episode is just bullshit.
Please let the next episode start with Loki just waking up and it all being a fever dream.
He's just in an Asgardian cell, and then the rest of the Loki series is just his perspective during the events of the Dark World. And that's actually what this is. They were just trying to bring it back to the Dark World, a simpler time, and
I would have enjoyed that so much more.
A better time for the Dark World. I barely remember Thor: The Dark World, to tell you the truth. So I can't even offer criticisms for it. I'm sure it's horrible. I'm just I can't remember half. I can't. I can barely remember it. So it's just goo in my mind. Hello, Mr. Repository. You are my favorite autistic. Hope to see that Snyder video soon. Oh, I thank you, Jason. So I've got Loki up here. I'm just kind of gonna. I'm not gonna watch it in real time, but I'm going to just like cycle through it. Just just kind of go through our criticisms one by one. Actually, Kat, did you just want to quickly send me your list of criticisms, and maybe we can use that as a launching off point as well?
Sure.
So,
I will work on how to do that.
yeah, just copy and paste it into a message or something. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Don't expect a logical order to it. That's all I'm going to say.
That is all good. I
I was
say,
too angry for logical thoughts,
yeah,
coherent thoughts.
exactly. Okay, so let's start off. Let's start off with so it all begins with Avengers. We're in two places, right? We are in of course the events of Avengers 2012, but we're also going back to the to Avengers Endgame. Um and so we're seeing the scenes that we didn't see in here we go. Thank you very much. Um Meme and folks, if you want to check out good time travel, watch Dark, a German show on Netflix. Oh, thank you, Daniel. I'll try to keep that in mind. I would love some recommendations for some mechanically consistent time travel. Honestly, I need to stand that concept as much as I can. It really needs it. So we're here. Um, and so I'm just wondering. There's something that happens as we're going through this. So obviously, they go down the elevator, and the something I noticed in the elevator is I think there was a shot, there was a pickup that they obviously shot later with Loki just waving his hand at the Hulk as they're going into the elevator, and I think that one shot might have been a pickup they shot later because it's just Loki on his own. There's no you can't see the Avengers around him. Like that's not a criticism. That's just something I noticed.
No,
Um,
definitely. And the hair is different. The hair is definitely Loki hair and not Endgame hair.
Yes, I might just see if I can get a screenshot of that. La, la, la. Yeah, so if we go to oh, Disney Plus doesn't let you screenshot. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, hmm, how odd. Meme, stop blueballing us and give us EFAT movie Snyder cut. Or don't worry, Destiny. No, I have just finished my first pass on part 4 of 6, so it is over the halfway point. So once I've tightened up part 4 to a sufficient degree, I'll be moving on to part 5, and then part 6, and then there's also an epilogue that doesn't go on very long, and then it'll just be like a little bit of discussion afterwards, and then I'll just do a couple of sweeps over the entire thing, and I'll get everything just nice and ready to show you, and then it'll be done. Like we are getting, I'm not going to say that we are ultra close, but yes, Loki is worse than the Snyder Cut. Uh, as far as I don't like saying that, but I can't lie. I hate Snyder Cut more, just because it's part of Zack Snyder's universe, and that's always going to get my blood to boil more. But Loki is pushing it. It's pushing it to that hatred pretty, it's smushing it in. It's just like, is that a challenge I see? Oh, you want to hate something in Marvel more than the DCEU? Ooh, here we go. Here we go. We're going to see where your limits are, Mr. Meme. Ooh, let's go. Woo, 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 woo. So, I can't screenshot anything in this. That's very distressing. So we're just going to keep going on. So obviously everything that happens in everything that happens in Endgame happens. So the suitcase gets kicked. Loki notices the suitcase and just like, what the fuck? Hulk busts through the door. Ba 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 ba, and then Loki teleports away. And yeah, so that's basically just there to recap what happened in Endgame. And we're not here to talk about Endgame, so whatever criticisms could be levied at that scene, we're not going to go into that. But there is something that is mentioned in relation to that scene that we're going to get to very, very, a little bit later on. And let's just say that it's just a little bit stupid, just the tiniest bit. How shall we say, retarded, maybe just a little bit retarded, just the tiniest bit of tard, just the tiniest, just the tiniest pinch of tard. You just go over, you just go over to you go over to your ingredients. You have you just find a bottle of fresh tard paprika and you just sprinkle that on. And that's going to be what we're going to talk about in relation to that scene later. But I don't want to give the game away until we're really into it. So let's just move on, shall we? so we end up in the Gobi Desert.
Obviously.
Yes, and already we're past the Marvel Studios logo. Maybe the first 10. No. Just as soon as we see the text Gobi Desert, Mongolia. And as soon as we see that, as soon as so we just got a message saying, "Oh, and Mrs. Meme, you're a lucky lady." So we so as soon as it says Mongolia, what we do, we immediately have problems because, look, here's the thing, right? The implication here is that Loki kind of just panic teleported himself, right? So he just ended up in a random location. Here's the thing. Look, I'm just gonna tell you a little something about space, guys. This is just a little something to know about the cosmos, about the universe. Kat, we've been watching a lot of space videos lately. Would you not say?
Yeah, one or two. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of Kurzgesagt, a bit of Melody Sheep. And would you say that space is big?
Just a bit.
So pants shittingly huge, would you say?
More than a couple of kilometers. Yep.
Yeah, and would you say that, space keeps getting bigger and bigger, every millisecond, at faster than the speed of light?
I have no idea what you're building up to here.
Maybe I'm building up to something. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just really into space. I don't know. But what I do know, right. This is just something I do know is that space is really big. Now, you have the space stone, which can take you anywhere in the universe because it is space in a cube. It is the cube of space, compressed and raw space in a cube. It can take you anywhere using portals. And if you panic teleport using said stone, now don't you think that maybe you would end up, somewhere that's not the planet you were already on? Maybe.
Well, that's just your racist point of view, frankly.
Yeah, I can't stand those fucking green people. I'm gonna be honest. They disgust me. That fucking planet, just the green planet, just staring at my balls at all times. I see the telescope. Not cool, guys. Not cool.
The thing I don't get too is that why, even just from the writers, from a meta perspective, why could they not have had it anywhere? Because they're just going to come and claim him and take him straight away, right? The TVA.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Obviously, I think wherever he ends up, it's going to be stretching credibility a little bit because the fact that he could end up on a planet and on the surface of a planet, and they try to lampshade a little bit because he instead of just landing perfectly on the ground, he ends up in he ends up just going a little bit above, teleporting several kilometers above the ground, which confirms that it's a panic teleport. He was not plotting his trajectory correctly. So he did that, and he dive bombs into the desert. But that just indicates to me that that is still incredibly contrived. Like, I think the best case scenario with this, like the least contrived it could get, is if he ended up on a planet far, far away from Earth, and maybe he ended up in an ocean or something. Just really, an ocean on an alien planet. It's a funny moment where he just goes up. It's like, oh, and I don't know, like maybe a monster tries to eat him or something. I don't know, like maybe that would be too contrived. But like, what I'm trying to get at here is that the very fact that he ends up back on Earth, like, sure, it's in Mongolia, it's on the other side of the planet basically, but still on Earth, in the atmosphere, not in the crust, not in the ocean, not in space, not anywhere else. Like, what are the sheer numbers on that?
Do you know
Jesus.
what I think would have been really interesting and a nice, like, fun tie-in to the rest of it would have been if he ended up on Sakaar, because that's got that implication that, like, if you just are sort of space waste, just you randomly will end up there, probably, statistically speaking.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think that would be a fun way to tie it to Ragnarok, and obviously it wouldn't mean anything to Loki, but it would be to the audience. It'd be like, hey, yeah, we get that.
Yeah, it could be like a case of you could establish almost canonically that like botched teleports like by default end up on Sakaar for some kind of technobabble reason. Um which, I'm not sure if that, I would have to think about if that would be a good writing choice, but I think it would be a better writing choice than, oh, he ends up in the Mongolian desert, like on the same planet. Like, and that would allow you, that would mean that, you would not be defying the odds anymore. It would just be like a very weird thing that happens. But it's bizarre. It's a bizarre choice. But here's the thing, guys. I've been ranting about this Mongolian desert thing for a tiny bit now. We're not even. We haven't even begun. Loki has not touched the ground yet. He is where we are at right now. He is fallen, just going down into the ground, and we haven't even begun. We're not here yet, and I'm already like the sheer record time we have had problems. I'm blown away. But let's continue away from the Mongolian desert. And let's see what happens next. So he lands, and oh, his handcuffs disappeared. That's not good. That's not good at all. So Loki was in handcuffs, right? When he's captured by the Avengers, and we see this in Endgame. He's got the handcuff. Wait a minute. I got to go back to something. I think I remembered. So, what the fuck? The fuck? Wait a minute. What? I got to see something. I got to see something. I think I've spotted something. I've spotted something. Okay, he's got handcuffs there. Cool. Okay, he's got handcuffs, and okay, so they disappear with the illusion. Okay. Okay, so that's not a fuck up. That's an illusion thing. Okay, I just wanted to double check that there was no fuck up there, that he was in fact in chains. So we're going back to the Gobi Desert. We're going back to Mongolia. We're going back the Mongols. The little desert. Oh, by the way, he don't only ends up in the Mongolian desert. He ends up next to a village. Ends up. Oh, fuck me. Why not just dump him in London or something? Jesus, fuck, if you're gonna be that contrived. I guess they didn't want a public location. Okay, so we go forward, and I'm looking at this, and there's a bunch of debris on the ground, and the implication I'm thinking is that the handcuffs came off during the crash, which I'm questioning because weren't those Asgardian handcuffs?
Yeah, doesn't Thor put them on?
Yeah, so why? So like the Asgardians make pretty good shit, right?
Yeah, he refers to the quality of the leather in like 2 scenes from now.
Yeah, he does, and the only reason that is no longer on his body is because some magic space laser takes it off. But I would think that the Asgardian like materials could survive a 20-kilometer fall. Would you say that was?
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now all of his restraints have just disintegrated, and the only thing left is his little gag, that he put on that Thor put on him, and it just comes off. It just comes off because it's all been destroyed. And thing is, Loki is wearing more than just his restraints, right? So he's got like hard metal pieces that connect his cape to his outfit, and he's got a lot of different bits and bobs, yet none of that disintegrates on the fall, but all of his restraints, they just conveniently come off. I understand. So is this a nitpick? Now, the way I would define this as a nitpick, if this was a nitpick or not, is how much of an effect it has on the rest of the story. And I would say it doesn't really have an effect on the rest of the story. But it's just interesting that this is the choice that they made, and it's kind of indicative of the mindset that went into it, where it's not about what would make the most sense to happen, it's just about what they needed to happen for this. And it's a little bit bullshit, just a little bit bullshit. Just not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's a little bit bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? Let's continue on. So he goes along. He fucking tries to intimidate a bunch of fucking Mongolian people in that desert that is just coincidentally nearby, and we and we begin a trend of just Loki. Well, Loki had a little bit of let's look at Loki in the Avengers, right? Like there were jokes made at his expense, but they were balanced out with moments of menace. It was a little bit of give and take. So what we see here is we have no real take for the most part. There's no real give. It's just take from his character, and at least not as it comes to mind. But there might be stuff there. But I'm not going to linger too much on the Mongolians because I want to get right to what happens next. So I'm sure there's stuff to talk about with the Mongolians, but maybe I'll be able to talk about that in the future. But we then have a bunch of futuristic space people emerge from a rectangle door. And some of them have like inexplicable patches of red on their uniform, and I really wish I could screenshot it. I do. But Disney Plus is racist against purple people, so it won't let me screenshot. Like I don't get it myself. I think it's not very progressive of Disney. But that's just what you're given. The mouse meme civil war was a long and bloody one, and this is just the result. I'm not allowed to screenshot anymore. It's ridiculous. But we just have a bunch of space people. They come out of the big rectangle door. The rectangle door looks like goo, and then it closes, and then they walk out, and Loki looks like a Looney Tunes character as he reacts. Now, Kat, what are Loki's powers?
Well, magic.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, so he's got magic, and he's got some pretty cool magic, doesn't he? Like he can manifest weapons, and he can create illusions to fool his opponent. And overall, it is just a very it's just a very how shall we say, Control Shift S. Oh my, that did nothing. Yeah, Control Shift S.
Windows Shift S.
Oh, Windows Shift S. Okay, let's try that. Windows Shift S. Nope, still didn't work. Like yeah. So the issue is it won't let me take screenshots. So like I take the screenshot and it goes black. Is what it looks like. Yeah, Jason, I don't have time to download a new copy, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have done that. But I appreciate the suggestion. Um, no, you don't understand. I screenshot it and it allows me to crop a portion of my screen, but the portion that was the Disney Plus thing goes black. And it only happens on Disney Plus. Okay.
It's the lizard people.
Yeah, it's the lizards. It's the fucking lizards. And we're going to get to the lizards. But they're not letting me screenshot. The lizards are not fucking letting me screenshot. And it's pissing me off. The fucking lizard people. Fucking lizard people. So, or maybe Google Loki in the desert. Maybe I'm going to have to resort to Google like a fucking heathen. Oh, no, wait. There are scenes on YouTube. Ah, here we go. Oh, here we go. So this is how we're going to do it, friends. So he ends up in the desert. So he ends up in the desert with the Mongolians. With these chuckle fucks. So just so we know where we are, here's where we are. Actually, I've got a really cool extension that lets me take screenshots from YouTube, so this is actually pretty convenient. So here we go. So we end up in the desert with these chuckle fucks. And they emerge from the rectangle door. Now, they're all like, hey, you know, so what was the line? So what are they called? The time variant enforcement something?
Authority?
The
Agency?
time, yes, the time, so the time variant enforcement agency or something like that. So they end up there, all chuckle fucky and all that good stuff. So, and they go like, "Hey, you're under arrest, Mister Loki, man, Mister." You know, and Loki's just like, "What the fuck are you doing? I'm not coming with you. Fuck you." And now they have a bit of a back and forth. And they're just like, "Yeah, you're coming with us anyway. You don't have a choice." And, okay, so tell me, my friend, tell me, Cat. So, so Loki's powers, you know, there's illusions, there's weapons, there's thank you, time variant authority. There we go. Loki is drunk in my version because everyone's drunk in my version. So you know, we end up with the time variant authority, and so Loki has a few decisions, has a few choices here. So he could create daggers and throw them at the time variant people. He could cast an illusion so they can't catch him. They could, let's see. Here we go. I found one that allows me to take screenshots of even more of the movie. Great. I'm so excited. So he could. So in this situation, right here, I'm going to get another screenshot up for the people at home, the good viewers in the audience. Okay, here we go. For the good people in the audience. So I can just get rid of that one. So in this situation, right, Loki should just be backing away. He should be just allowing. He should just be backing away. He should be throwing knives at them. And, you know, there's only 4 of them there, right? And we saw him, I'm pretty sure in Ragnarok, we saw him take on more, saw him take down more than 4 people, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, like all those zombie people. In the climax. And we know that Loki is able to take down formidable numbers when he's able, when push comes to shove. So, or, you know, he doesn't even need to fight. You know, he is the god of mischief. He has the power of illusion. He could render himself invisible. He could leave a hologram of himself there and just run in the opposite direction. Or, I don't know. Cat, what was he holding to get to this location?
The Tesseract.
He was holding the Tesseract. What does the Tesseract do?
It takes you to Mongolia.
Yeah, it does take you to Mongolia. And you know what else it can do?
What else can it do?
It can take you anywhere in the universe. So, and we got to remember, Loki has no fucking clue who these guys are at this point. He's just going, hey, why the fuck why'd you come through the square door? Like, what are you, the time bear, what the fuck? Okay. And then, so he has a lot.
Inconvenienced, basically.
What's that?
He seems really inconvenienced.
Yeah. Yeah. So instead of like doing anything, literally anything, he decides, oh, they don't have the part in this clip. I am so insulted. Or do they? No, they don't. They don't have it. They don't have the part. I can't screenshot the part. I'm so cut. Okay. So, but let me just recap what they do, because YouTube is fucking racist. They joined Disney against the purple people. I would dare say they are part of the coalition of the purple people eaters, which deeply disturbs me. But Loki walks forward with his swagger. He just goes forward, doesn't try to pull out a knife, doesn't try to cast an illusion, doesn't try to use the fucking Tesseract. And what does he do? He decides that he's gonna sock on one. He's gonna get physical with the lady that just came through. And then the lady gets the magic baton and just swoops him across the face. And then his face goes, and and the stick. And this is where we get introduced to all the time displacement shit. So the stick, it causes him to experience time at 1/16th its normal rate, but it also caused him to experience the pain in real time, which to me sounds like, holy fuck, these guys are the villains, because they have torture sticks that cause you to experience time slowly, but experience the pain that is inflicted upon you in real time, meaning that let's just say let's just say that you're in agony for like a minute before the pain starts to die down. That means that I got a message from someone. That will that might help. So that means that what they'll do, right, is they'll just trying to get a time code here. Which means that he is not only right. So he is not only did that. Okay, why is this gone all goompy? Oh, that's why. Okay, we're back. So so let's just say that you're that they hit you, and you're in agony for like maybe a minute. But you're experiencing time at 1/16th the normal rate, but that pain is going to be there for like an obscene amount of time. Here we go, fellas. Here we go. We're in let's see. This is gonna be good. So you're experiencing time at 1/16th this normal rate. But if the pain is in real time, that means that you're going to be in agony for 16 minutes. From your perspective, right? So when that is the wrong image. Oopsie doodle. So would have been awkward if I dragged an image out and it was like just a real life photo of me that I had in that folder, and it was just like, oh no, that's how I dox myself, and I have to brush it off. But no, this is the imposter. Or I guess I wouldn't have to say it was me. I don't know why I even put that possibility across. Anyway, so Loki right here is experiencing is experiencing time at 1/16th as normal rate, but he's been hit in the face. And so that means he's probably going to be in agony for what, 16 minutes? His time? That is what we call evil. Like very fucking evil. Um so what ends up happening is they use this so they hold on this shot for like a very would you say they held on this shot for like way too long?
Oh, too long, too long. Also, to establish a power that they have that they never use again, even though they absolutely could many times throughout the episode.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like here's the thing, the rest of the time they use that stick. What do they use it for?
Goo.
Goo. Goo. Goo 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 goo. But we're gonna get
Still
to
a
the
long way to go.
what's that?
There's still a long way to go till we get to that.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. They they basically they kick the shit out of Loki. They put a collar on his neck. We're gonna get back to it, and they drag him off to the time place. What was it even called? The time? I think it was the Timekeepers HQ, the time place, the time variant HQ. The point is, they drag him off to the time variant place, and what happens next? Actually, before we go to the next scene, do you have any notes for the Mongolian desert that you wanted to shoot off?
Uh, I don't think that we haven't already covered, other than his insistence on speaking English when he can see very obviously that they don't speak English because they don't reply to him in English.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's true. And he wouldn't and he would be able to understand them because they have the all speak, don't they?
right.
Because they can very clearly understand all. There's not been a time that they've been able to not understand any languages. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah.
It just generally felt like a very pointless establishing scene, which
Yeah.
potential to be intriguing, but it ended up just being a little bit, as with the whole rest of the episode, raising many more questions than it actually answers.
Yeah, I feel like if they wanted to establish the power of these guys, wouldn't it make more sense that they would have the ability to intercept, say, a space stone teleportation? Like that would just be something they have for time variance. Like
Mm.
like that would be a more impressive establishing scene. Of them like intercepting. Like Loki could have actually ended up in outer space, and he starts freezing over, and then he is intercepted by the variants there, and and that would actually make the scene much more coherent, and it would also not break the well, it would be far less contrived. The sheer statistical impossibility of the space stone putting him in fucking Mongolia is just, it is obscene to say the least.
The
Um,
only thing I can think of, and sorry to interrupt you,
that's all good.
is that as he says later on in the episode, his like ultimate motivation is to become king of Midgard. So maybe subconsciously he wanted to stay on Earth. He just didn't want to be, in New York or anywhere close. That is the only thing I can think of as a possible loophole as to why he didn't go anywhere else in the galaxy. He just went to Mongolia.
Yeah, and that's something I considered, but the thing that gets me is that he spawned really high up in the air rather than going, because if he had control over that, I think he would have also like specified, look, put me away from these guys but still on Earth, but also put me on the ground. But even then, like, wouldn't he subconsciously want to go somewhere where they couldn't get him and then remount his forces? I don't know. I don't know. So many
Well, he
questions.
can go back to Thanos or something. I don't know.
He probably wouldn't want to go back to Thanos because then Thanos would Infinity War him. But because he knows he's failed. But or maybe you would want to negotiate. I don't actually know. But
Here's the thing, none of it matters because there's a sacred timeline.
oh yes, oh yes. We're gonna get there. So Loki ends up getting my spy on this. So Loki ends up back at the time variant place, and let's just say let's just play out. I'm just gonna play this for a little bit. So he ends up, and we meet a character there, who we meet. Do we find out who the guy at the desk is? The guy who also owns the drawer full with things. Like, do we find out his name? Actually, I'm gonna just play it to see if we find out his name. That's
Call him Casey later.
It was Casey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do 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 do. Hey, what's the matter when you ruin universe? Hey. Da 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 do do da 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 da. So he ends up in this very 60s looking place. It's got all the 60s technology. It's got all the bits and bobs, and there's a little bit of a before we even get to Casey, and we're gonna get to Casey because Casey raises a lot of questions, right? Oh yeah, look, he could have just gone back to Asgard, couldn't he? And he could have just lived in a disguise. He could have like started an uprising. He could have tried so many things, right? Um, you know, he could have overthrown Odin early, surely.
So many options.
Oh fuck, fuck. We're gonna need a lot more hemp before we're through. Um, so he ends up in the time agency place, and so you know it has all the time things in it, right? Like it looks all 60s like. It has all the you know, it's got big stacks of papers, and it's got printers, and it's got I'm gonna just take a few screenshots of this time agency place, um just to give you guys an idea of like the aesthetic they're going for here, the majesty that is the time in variant enforcement area place thingy mowatsy. You know, this is a little idea what it's like. Maybe a little bit. Let's just take a look. My balls need to descend now. So here we go. So we have you know, it looks a little bit 60s, like a little bit you know, the a little bit Fallout, a little bit 1960s, a little bit, you know, like very, you know, a lot of greens and browns, and but most importantly, just a lot of it has a very specific aesthetic to it for some reason. Now, Kat, what do you have any idea why the aesthetic is like this?
I mean, why there's even a courtroom at all? No. The rest of it, I feel like what they were going for is sort of, well, this is what I'm hoping they're going for is that kind of 60s, 70s stereotype of the like kind of incompetent bureaucracy slash police force, you know, the Mad Men-esque style office.
Yeah.
And in a way, I feel like they were going with that aesthetic because it could then contrast with, you know, you've got Loki, who's the god of mischief, compared with this really like clinically bureaucratic office scene.
Yeah.
But it just, it's so it's not done well enough, I think, or in a way that makes enough sense that it's clever, because I think that it's so undefined what they are, whether what Loki's seeing is what everyone who went there would see, who these people are, you know, do they know anything outside of their surrounds. Where are they anyway? And it's just, I think, yeah, once again, all the questions and no answers.
Yeah, because my issue is like obviously the aesthetic, I can dig it, but I question like because normally when you have like a setup like this, it's normally a case of oh this isn't what it actually looks like. This is just what your brain is translating it to, or it's what they're projecting it to be because what it actually is so unknowable that it would it can't really be comprehended by mortal beings, that kind of thing. Um, but they don't really have that here. It just kind of looks like the 1960s for no particularly good reason. It it just it this is supposed to be like one of the most. This is supposed to be the most powerful. This is supposed to be the height of power, and it is not presented in a sensical way. And you could say, well, if it's so unknowable, there's no maybe you just don't, it's just completely outside of your comprehension as to why it looks like this. But I don't know, man. Those threads don't really fall for me. I don't know. But anyway, we meet Casey in this scene, and let's see if we can get a quick screenshot of Casey for future reference. Maybe he's in the marketing. Was Casey in the marketing? I don't know. La 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 la. Was Casey in the marketing? Can't see Casey in the marketing, so we're gonna get a picture of him eventually. Gonna get a picture of Casey eventually, but we'll come back to him. All you gotta know is this man is he's at the reception area. Let's just say, and he's checking him in. Just gonna play it for myself.
Hello, ma'am. Love this as evidence. Oh, can you at least tell me what it is?
It's the Tesseract. Be very careful with it.
Oh, that's right. You can hear this.
No.
Oh, well, you can't, but the audience can.
There are deadly consequences.
So we're gonna. Oh, that actually makes things easier because that means I can at least play audio clips from it. So he's checked in, and no one's taking him seriously, as you can hear. And then he's shoved into a room. He's shoved into a room with What would you describe this robot as? The robot he's shoved into the room for?
It was like that kitchen appliance thing that can make food on its own.
I call it. What's that?
It's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's a little bit terrifying. I would describe it as the stripper bot. I'm gonna see if there's a.
I don't know what it looks like though. That's just what it does.
So I'm wondering if there's already an image of this online that I can find. Oh, I found a few. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is gonna be good. So good. Oh, shitting hell. Okay, I found the. So this is a Sun article I just found. It's a little bit disturbing. I'm gonna just. Oh, alarm's going off. That's not meant to happen. That was off script. My phone's gonna melt now. I'm gonna have to get a new phone now because it did not go along its set path. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? So let's save this. And I've got a cat just walking across my desk at the moment. I didn't realize, I forgot that she was in here. Let's see. Fortunately, I don't have time to show you guys the cat. I'm sure it would like up this stream's view count by a significant margin, but we just can't do that right now, guys. Can't do that. What I got to show you though is this. So, actually, I'm going to put this in the chat so you can see it. So, what is your reaction to this article? Just
Oh no.
yeah.
It's just every level of double standards that's so not okay.
Yep. Like, guys, so like I am a proponent of beefcake, of cheesecake, of we watch film as escapism, and I don't think there's anything wrong with like just having a little bit of wish fulfillment, a little bit of tasteful showing of the human form. But just imagine, right, that this was a female character, and this article was written by the same place. There would be riots in the street. They would be wanting the Sun taken down and cancelled. They'd want, Bob Iger's head on a pike for approving the scene, for allowing it on his wholesome family streaming platform. There would be declarations of misogyny. Yet, when the male character is stripped down and it's just basically there for a bit of fan service, somehow it's completely okay. Which
That's the thing, is that it's not even the character that they're objectifying here. They're saying, as Tom Hiddleston is stripped totally naked. Like, imagine if that read as Scarlett Johansson is stripped totally naked. Like, it would be, firstly, it's appallingly gratuitous, and then it's also just incredibly, an incredible double standard.
yeah, like what the what the fuck?
Also, where is his neck in that picture?
Oh, it has been consumed by the collar.
And why does a robot have a face? So many questions.
Yeah. Well, why does a robot look like that? Like it does look like the future as imagined by the 1960s. Which I could see that as a valid choice if this wasn't supposed to be like the zenith, these are the people who control everything, yet this is their HQ. And this isn't the world of Fallout where, actually no, even in Fallout, when you go to, what were the people? What were the synth people in Fallout 4? I don't remember. But when you go to their HQ, it's all slick and modern and everything. Like there was at least an awareness there of what it needed to be. But but the aesthetic here, for some reason, is just a regression, and it's just such a non-functional. The Institute, yeah. By the way, this is not a defense of Fallout 4. That game's quite bad, but I'm more talking about how, sometimes you gotta mention bad media when it does something better than the bad media that you're talking about. And no, my Snyder Cut still seems pretty bad, but Loki is like, it is beyond bad. It's just like, it is cataclysmic. It is the death of all things quality.
Loki had further to fall, I think, than Snyder Cut, so it's a much bigger impact.
Yeah, like obviously Captain Marvel, Endgame to an extent, WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier was lowered it down a little bit, but reality was relatively intact in hindsight, and then this comes along. But we're not even at the disastrous point. We're talking about Tom Hiddleston's cock. So as this article so wonderfully puts, Loki, we are left hot under the collar as he is stripped, and he's not just stripped down, right? It's not just like it goes by relatively quickly, but they hang on his completely naked form for like just long enough that the female fans are going to go ooh, 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 so they know exactly what they're doing. And then he's shoved down. He's put into his a trapdoor opens below him, and he ends up in the paperwork room. Now, do I have an image of the paperwork room to draw from? Let's find out. Ooh. Oh, I have one. Here's one I prepared earlier. Here we go. So he ends up in the paperwork room. Now, Kat, do you want to do the honors of saying what of recounting what the man behind the desk in the paperwork room says to Mr. Loki Legason?
I mean, I can't remember word for word, but basically that giant stack of paper right there is a list of, it's a transcript of everything Loki has ever said.
Interesting that. Yeah, it's very interesting that is, in fact, every word he has ever uttered. So, how long has Loki been alive for?
A long time.
Yeah, like, so him and Thor are around the same age, yeah?
Yeah.
And Thor's about 5,000 years old, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So, here's the thing. So you, as Guardians, talk a lot, right? And they also, like, live a long time. So, I've got to question, why is that stack of papers only up to his nipples while it's on a desk that's about at hip height?
Maybe it's like 2-point font, double-sided, like multiple pages per page. I don't know. I've got nothing.
Yeah, no, it is funny. It's very funny that you bring this up because it's possible that maybe, just maybe, maybe the text is so microscopic that you would not possibly be able to make it out. Maybe it is so incoherently small that that small snack would actually be able to fit 5,000 years worth of Asgardian hums and ha's, right? So maybe that would be the case. But what happens next? So I will fill in what happens next. Loki begins to speak, and then another sheet of paper prints, correct?
Yep.
And then what ends up happening is that as that and you would and this, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that the top sheet of paper is let's just say that the top sheet is let's just say it was full. Let's just say let's just say that they got lucky and that one was, it had filled up to capacity. So or let's just say that that after they had finished printing and everything, they were going to get a new one. I don't know. But no. So what happens is we get, every time he says a new sentence, a new piece of paper comes down and is put on the pile, indicating that, almost by implication, that everything he ever said is every piece of paper is a sentence, right? And somehow it's only up to his nipples when the fucking okay. But you know what? That's a nitpick. I don't think it affects the rest of the episode too much. I just wanted to mention that because it's worth mentioning the small things. Oh yes, in Mrs. Repository, she has just as many strokes as I do. So, it is just something that happens. Sometimes we just have a stroke and it's fine.
It actually took a second to stretch, and that was when you asked a question. I was like, oh shit, oh well, you'll fill it in.
Yeah.
And then you did.
Yeah. You see, how we were going to set this up is that I was going to be, because there was going to be mic bleed, if we were in the same room together and we can't share a microphone for logistical reasons, I was going to have the door open so I could at least see what she was doing. But then we tried that and there was still mic bleed if the door was, so I had to close the door so I couldn't tell what she was doing. And it was like, oh, what have you done? So that's why that happened. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
no, I knew as soon as I said it, plagued creations. I know. I apologize.
Oh, good God. So, oh, good God, I'm getting naked Loki in my preview window again. So, so we go forward, and and so he basically has to sign to say that this is everything that he's ever said. Now, pray tell, why would Loki fucking sign this without even like he doesn't bother to check any of it? And anybody with a brain like this, you don't need to be a god, you don't need to be an evil mastermind, you don't need to be any of these things to know that you maybe shouldn't sign for something that you don't know what you're signing for. Especially when you're in a world of weird woobly woobly people that you don't quite understand that might have horrendous power. So
And especially when you're Loki, you don't just go, okay, I'm too nervous and confused, so I'll just quickly sign away. You do something, anything.
yep. And he fucking and here's the thing, and we're running into like and I hinted at this back in the desert, but we're officially crossing a threshold here where Mr. Loki has lost, how shall we say, a few brain cells on the way down in his descent into the desert, perhaps losing a little something called common sense on the drop. So Loki, the trickster, the mastermind behind, well, not the mastermind, but definitely the planner behind the invasion, in Avengers, he forgets how his magic works, so he doesn't try to use it in the desert. And now here, he doesn't try to use it to escape when he's dragged into the office. He doesn't try to use it against the machine that strips him of all his clothes. He just goes, oh, that's fine, that's Guardian level. No, oh no, all my clothes are gone. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, oh, no, all my clothes went away. No. Kal-El, no. No. So he, and now he's in like a place where he's just like, I'm not letting you leave this room until you sign it. So what does he do? What does he do? He fucking. Oh yeah, and I've heard about the apparent retcon that Loki was just brainwashed for the Avengers invasion. But the thing is, this show blatantly contradicts that apparent retcon, so I'm not going to consider it. Because this show is doing its job well enough to assassinate Loki without, how shall we say, getting other retcons mixed in there. You know, mixing my retcon chocolate with your retcon peanut butter. You know, we don't need it. Don't need it. The purity of this fuckery is, it is apparent. Let's just say it is very apparent. So so what happens next? We get to so in order to leave the room, he's got to sign the papers. But here's the thing: as we established before, his magic can create illusions, and doesn't seem to be much of a limit on that. Like I am willing to. I think I could be pushed back on this because I would need to double check the nature of his illusions. But could he not just like create a fake signature to go on the paper that immediately vanishes as soon as he is pushed out of the room? Would that not? Was that?
I think there's the implication that his magic would not work generally in this place.
Oh, I know that his magic doesn't work, but the
He
idea.
doesn't try, I think, is the main issue.
Yeah, it's the fact that he doesn't even try to create a magic signature or something. And maybe that's not, maybe he can't, maybe he can only create copies of himself. Maybe he can maybe that's how it works. Maybe he can only create invisibility and copies of himself. I don't know, but I'm just raising the eyebrow. But we're moving on. And we're gonna go to how shall we say? Let's go to this room right here. So We go to the next room. And by the way, we are by the time we get to this room, we're only about 7.5 minutes in. By the time we get to this screenshot right here, we're about 7.5 minutes in. You know how many problems we've already found in this small amount of time? And we haven't even gotten to the really universe breaking. But and please note, ladies and gentlemen, please note that we're not even at the titles yet. We've gone past the Marvel Studios logo, but we've not gone to the opening logo, the intro to the show, if you will, the theme song and everything. We haven't gotten there. Nope, haven't gotten it. So we end up in this room, and this small fellow. I'm going to just screenshot the small fellow. If I can find a screenshot of the small fellow to screenshot. I can't screenshot the small fellow, unfortunately. But you can see in the corner there is a little person. Little tiny person. Oh, I got some screenshots. Oh yeah, Play Creations just left me some screenshots. I'm going to use those later. Yeah. Here we go. So, we have got, how shall we say, we got a little person there, and he asked, oh, can you confirm that you were born in organic? Can you confirm that you were, that you're not a robot, you were born in organic, yada, 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 yada. Actually, let's get the full dialogue, shall we? Let's just get the dialogue. Because I think it's worth getting the dialogue here. So let's just hear it. That is later than I thought it would.
Confirm to your knowledge that you are not a fully robotic being. We're born an organic creature and do in fact possess what many cultures would call a soul.
So, why does this matter? Because remember, let's look at the MCU up until this point. We've got Vision, we've got Nebula, and we've got Ultron. All of which are intelligences in of themselves. And so they're all intelligences in of themselves, correct? Would you say that is fair to say that they are sentient, thinking, potentially feeling life forms, especially Nebula?
Certainly, yes.
Yeah, so we have those people, and this machine is designed, the archway that Loki is currently standing in, it is designed to burn robotic life forms for no apparent reason. And here's the thing, it's put in there probably for a joke, because it's just funny. It's just like, haha, oh, there's a line later of, like, oh,
Please move along, sir.
of,
To my knowledge, do a lot of people not know if they're robots?
it's there to get, lines like that. And
I was a robot and I didn't know it.
yeah, like, it's just there for that little gag. And, maybe that could, under different circumstances, I might have found that amusing, but the horrific implications here is that this organization, which thus far, I think we're supposed to be, we're supposed to assume they're on the side of the angels. They want to burn any robotic life forms that walk in. I don't know. That's kind of disturbing to me when you consider Vision is just an all-around radical dude. Like, I think we can both agree. Barring his appearance in WandaVision, which even then, I don't think he was he too badly damaged there? I don't think personality, no, I don't think Vision was, like, assassinated in WandaVision. That was mainly Wanda. Ultron was a dick, admittedly. Nebula, she's kind of a mixed bag, but I think she came around in the end. So, through this palette of artificial life forms we've had, do you think that they deserve to be burned? Like, at least 2 of them?
No. Or not without any explanation, even if it's played for a joke.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say maybe it's a little bit horrible that this supposedly righteous organization Remember when Vision put people back in Wanda's torture chamber? Actually, yep. Oh, but was that no, but that was like the one because that was like the illusion Vision, wasn't it? That was the Vision that Wanda had created with her mind rather than the real one. So maybe maybe there's something to be said about that. I don't know. We're not here to talk about WandaVision. I was on an entire stream where we talked about WandaVision, so we don't need to talk about that one. Anyway, so he walks through and he gets something called his time aura. It's like a little Polaroid. So just gonna check if there's any screenshots I can use. Ooh. Oh, actually, I've just been linked something. Cool. I can now make my own screenshots. But, okay. So, what was I saying? Kat, remind me what I was saying.
The temporal aura or time aura.
Yes, the time aura. So I want to talk more about this, but I can't because it doesn't really go anywhere. So I think that's going to be something that comes up later. I think, because they don't do anything with it this episode, do they?
They mention it again later, I think, when they're in the 16th century or something like that. But I think, yeah, it's just sort of foreshadowing.
Okay, so it's like, okay, well, we'll move on from that because I don't really have anything to say about that one yet. It's possible that something will be found later on, but we shall see. Now, up until this point, right? Like, there hasn't really, like, Loki is an idiot now, and there's been like contrivances out the wazoo, but this isn't really universe breaking, right? This is just kind of like standard shit, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yes. Well, that's about to change very, very soon. Now, before we get to that, I've got to let my cat out of the room. So,
Not me.
BRB. Oh, there's two cats in this room. There's two cats in here.
This is going to echo now.
Didn't realize two cats in the room. As you can see, my powers have grown to the point of being in two places at once. So, oh, it's so close. So we end up in this new location. I'm going to see if I have a screenshot on hand of it. La la la. I don't have a screenshot of it yet, but I will very, very shortly. Once this thing is in my possession. But we end up in kind of like a DMV sort of room, wouldn't you say?
I don't remember. I can't see.
Okay. So, well, he ends up in the place where he has to get the ticket.
Oh, yes. Right.
Yes.
With another random human-looking person.
Yes, and that's another thing. We don't really know the nature of these beings, and they kind of just look human. So are they human? Are they aliens that look like human, which is kind of common in the MCU? We don't know. We don't really know a lot of things about them, actually. It's kind of a little bit up in the air, but maybe they'll explain that.
It's okay.
It's all good. Oh, I've got an image of the DMV. Oh, beautiful.
I will be back. I need to remove some tiramisu from your cat's reach.
That's okay. Excellent. We had dessert and then we ate something sweet. It was great. So I'm just gonna Okay, so now I can create my own screenshots. Excellent. Now using these using these wonderful new powers I have. Let's go. We are now, so we're in this kind of place in the DMV, and walks in. There's a dude there. He doesn't want the ticket. Doesn't want it. Doesn't want to get a ticket. He's told to get a ticket. He's not getting a ticket for some reason. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I know Loki's acting out of character here. But this guy, he's supposed to be kind of just a regular dude, I'd say. Just trying to, where did that screenshot go to? It went to, you know when it flashes a location on screen? Ah, there it is. Like, it tells you, oh, it's in this location, but like, it's just the location flashed on screen about 3 times, and I had no way of fucking, I just had no way of catching it because it was just like, it is such a long location name, but I found it. It's okay. So it's in the DMV with this righteous dude, and he's just like, no, I don't want to get a ticket. Fuck you. Fuck the ticket. Fuck Batman. So he's just like, no, I'm just gonna go right through. Just gonna go right through. And let's see. And we're just gonna keep an eye on that dude throughout this scene, I think. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can play the audio for the dude. The most righteous dude. And he will only be known as the dude because I don't know. Do you feel like he's long for this world? Like, do you think we're gonna get to know him?
Yeah, no, the only other name for him would be Mr. Plot Device. So
Yes, indeedy. So,
No.
and that's his contribution. In fact, that lines up with that image perfectly. The kid mentioned he's rich, so it's okay to melt him. Did he mention he's rich? I'm gonna go back. Let's find out. Let's find out together. We're gonna find out as a family.
What is this, a deli? No.
Then he walks in. He just walks in. He's like just being a dick. Like, I don't know. If I was kidnapped by intergalactic, no, not even intergalactic, like time controlling space people. Maybe, just maybe, I'd be a little bit more like, no, I'm not gonna get a ticket. I mean, technically it's not a contradiction, because maybe this guy's just an idiot. I don't know, I just find it amusing, is all. I just, it's something worth mentioning. My dad is the president of Goldman Sachs. Is that literally what he says? Oh, we'll find out later when the dude returns. So Loki then gets a ticket, and the thing is, right? Would you not say that Loki is a rebellious spirit?
mischief, rebellion? No, of course not.
Yeah. So I don't see Loki as someone who would grab the ticket personally. I think that it's out of character for him to get the ticket. At least not without being like heavily threatened first. Especially when you consider later on that he tries to use his magic. Now, he doesn't try to use his magic here to escape, does he, in this big DMV room? Does he?
Of course not.
Doesn't try to use knives, doesn't try to cast illusions, doesn't really try to do anything. He just kind of, let's shut the fuck up, fuck. No, he just kind of, let's just take a little screenshot, shall we? Just a little screenshot. We're just gonna place that right here. Yep. So you take a look at the Loki here. You take a look at your Loki here. And he's just gonna get the ticket. He's just gonna hesitantly get the ticket. He's not gonna have any kind of considerations for, how shall you say, he's not gonna like try to take the guard down with his knives. He's not gonna try to turn invisible and sneak away. He's not gonna try and engage the guard in hand to hand. He's not gonna do anything really. He's just gonna like go, oh no, I gotta get the ticket. So he just like takes the ticket and gets into line like a good boy. Loki's not a good boy. I don't think that needs to be said, but apparently it does. So Loki gets into line. Just like the slave he is. And as he's getting into line, he sees, oh, what's this? What's this? What's this thing that he sees? What is this? Come with me and you'll see. In a world of pure world-building creation, devastated in mind, masturbation. Okay. That was my attempt to improvise. So he sees it as a little cartoon thing. He's like, hey, look over here. Look over here. Hey, you're probably wondering why you're here. Hey. In fact, we can listen in right now to what this little TV thing has to say. Well, let's listen in, boys and girls. Let's listen to what the TV thing has to say. Let's listen. Listen. Cool. Yes, you are absolutely right.
Sharpen your pencils and check this out. Long ago, there was a vast multiversal war. Countless unique timelines battled each other for supremacy, nearly resulting in the total destruction of, well, everything.
I'm going to pause in case it's a copyright thing. You know, it's possible that could get hit. I don't know.
But then the all-knowing timekeepers emerged.
So let's just recap this, right? So there was a multiversal war, which I don't see that necessarily as a contradiction. That could be like an interesting bit of world building for the larger cosmic history. It doesn't necessarily interfere with the events of the film so far. It could be something interesting to explore later on. There's just, you know, it's not, you know, it could be handled really badly or it could be handled really well. Like, it's just a detail. Like, there are billions and billions of years before the Avengers happened, and God knows what happened before the Big Bang. So if you want to say that this stuff happened, if you handle it with grace, you know, it could work. So these magical timekeepers come along. So let's just take a listen to what they'd have to do. So let's just, in fact, I have a picture of the timekeepers that I prepared earlier. Let's just take a look at take a looky at the timekeepers. I just gotta open. You see, because I don't have anything. I don't have this organized correctly, so I'm gonna have to just go through all my folders to find it. Because I was not smart when planning this out. I'll admit it's a flaw of mine, and I feel deep shame for it. And I didn't leave it as the correct extension. I gotta just put the .png there. And there we go. Bada bing, bada. Oh, look at these things. Oh, the timekeepers. Yeah. They're gonna solve everything. Yeah. Look at them. Yeah, look. They thought they looked so cool, Mark. It's just. Oh, me, oh my, oh man, oh Molly. So these are the timekeepers. Let's just hear what they had to do. Let's just hear it.
Bringing peace by reorganizing the multiverse into a single timeline.
I beg your pardon. So, they just reorganized the multiverse into a single timeline. Into a single timeline. So, let's start small with this, because I think as I continue to play this audio, we're going to find more and more stuff to complain about. Wouldn't you agree, Kat?
I would, yes.
Yeah.
This is where it really starts to unravel, I think.
I think so. And also the one on the far left has stolen my hat and my look. You know, I'm gonna sue. So we're just gonna think about the multiverse, right? In the MCU. Where do wizards, sorcerers, just everyone in general, where do they get their magical powers from?
The multiverse.
Yeah. So the multiverse. Can you people not hear the audio?
The sacred.
Okay, no, it is playing. It says it's playing. So it says it's playing. So I don't know. Yeah, no audio. No audio. How's that possible?
But then
That's really weird. It's really low, but it doesn't say it's really low on my monitor. Maybe I just gotta turn it all the way up.
All-knowing timekeepers
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I'll turn that up. How about this?
emerged, bringing peace by reorganizing
Is that better? Is that better? Have I satiated you?
the multiverse into a single timeline.
Okay, is that better? Okay, good, good. Good, 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 good. Goody, goody, goody. Excellent. So. Good, good, good. You need to tell me these things earlier, Chad. I thank you for that. Anyway, improve but not fix. Well, I can fix it more. That's just what I do. I'm a good guy. So,
Multiversal war.
is that better? Is that better?
But don't
Is that better? Does that sound better? Or am I gonna have to do more things? Here we go. Perfect, perfect, perfecto. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. For some reason, it scales with how loud I have the volume in my ears. So I don't know why that happens. Don't know why. Don't know why. You would think it would be its own thing. But nope. So we're going to just continue. So, wizards, right? What's wrong with my voice? You don't know what's wrong with my voice. The problem is, right, I just kind of switch voices sometimes, and then I get stuck. This is what happens. Just what happens. You don't know. You don't know what a curse it is. So let's just hear it for the rest of the fine folks at home. You know, what's with the Brooklyn accent? I don't know. I just started doing it, and it just stayed. I don't know. I don't know where it came from. We're just doing it. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bang, boom, bing.
battled each other for supremacy, nearly resulting in the total destruction of, well, everything. But then the all-knowing timekeepers emerged, bringing peace by reorganizing the multiverse into a single timeline.
So as I was saying, no, I'll say no, just for you, So, the wizards and the sorcerers and the Asgardians and all those people and the Scarlet Witches, they all kind of they what do? They draw their energies from the multiverse. And now we're being told there is no multiverse. It's just a single time stream. Now, the only way that Meme has to talk like that. Oh, he's gonna to avoid being melted. Damn right. And that's another thing. How can Dormammu exist in the Dark Dimension if the Timekeepers wiped out the multiverse? So, we have a Dark Dimension we know exists. We know that the wizards draw their energies from the multiverse. Yet, somehow, there is no multiverse. The best faith reading I can give to this is that there is a multiverse. It's just these dickhole timekeepers are keeping the timelines all exactly the same, which which raises more questions, because isn't the whole point of multiverse theory that there isn't just a bunch of multiverse, there isn't just a bunch of universes at the beginning of the universe. It's just that every second that passes, for every potential possibility, a new universe spawns from that. So how can you keep the fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's a case of that did happen, and then they smushed, and then they just beat all of those potential possibilities into one. A dimension, and that's another question. Are dimensions counted as other timelines? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how this works. This has just raised more questions than it answered. And maybe they'll explain it later on, but look at the state of Marvel right now. Do you think they're going to explain this? I hope they do. I want them to. I want Marvel to impress me, but no! No! There is no fate but what we melt for ourselves. So, we're going to continue. I'm going to continue going to press the play button.
The sacred timeline.
The sacred timeline. So they take it all and they smushed it all into one sacred timeline. Let's keep going.
Now, the timekeepers protect and preserve the proper flow of time for everyone and everything.
Let's hear that again.
Timekeepers protect and preserve the proper flow of time for everyone and everything.
They protect and preserve the proper flow of time for everyone and everything. So they control animals, they control people. If a bird takes a shit, they make sure it lands in the right direction. When you come, they make sure it lands in the right eye. When you take a shit, they make sure it splashes in just the right way, all to preserve the sacred timeline. What do they mean by proper? That's a very good question. What is proper? I remember a Jean-Luc Picard quote that went, "Who is to say that this timeline is any more proper than the one and than the other one?" There's a lot of questions here. Is there not? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, the sacred Jedi timeline texts. Oh fuck. The sacred Jedi timeline. Oh god.
But sometimes people like you veer off the path the timekeepers created. We call those variants.
So some people go off the timeline, and they're called variants. So they disrupt the proper flow of time. And they create alternate possibilities. So, question, how do these... So the timekeepers make sure that everything stays on the proper flow. Right. So how on earth how the fucking variants even exist in the first place if the timekeepers have beaten the multiverse into one homogeneous mass? How would they have the free will? But, we're not even addressing free will necessarily yet because we still got a little bit to go. The fact that variants can exist, it raises questions. And
maybe you started an uprising, or were just late for work.
So it just said, right, that if you're late to work one day, the timekeepers will find you, and they will take you to their secret temporal headquarters. Oh, poor Jim. Poor Jim, he didn't have a chance. Poor Jim, he was late for work, and suddenly the timekeepers came out of their rectangular doorways and goes, "Oi, oi, come here," and they whacked him with the torture stick. And he was just in agony for 16 minutes on his time as they just drag him away. Oh, to be judged. Jesus Christ.
Whatever it was, stepping off your path created a nexus event.
So this is the official terminology. Stepping off your path creates a nexus event,
Which, left unchecked, could branch off into madness, leading to another multiversal war.
So basically, they're trying to prevent another multiverse from happening by preventing next season time from happening. Everything needs to go along its set path and never deviate across every possible timeline. What the fuck? So everything that has happened because it had to happen under threat of being dragged to this place. But you know what? We don't know what happens necessarily when you're brought to this place, so let's just find out.
But don't worry. To make sure that doesn't happen, the Timekeepers created the TVA and all its incredible workers.
The TVA. I'm going to keep that acronym in mind because I keep forgetting it. And
The TVA has stepped in to fix your mistake and set time back on its predetermined path.
so, oh, there was a word there. Let's listen to that again. Let's listen to that. One
Step
more.
in to fix your mistake and set time back on its predetermined path.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The TVA is here to fix your mistake and set time back on its predetermined path. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. So, if there was any ambiguity before, predetermined, that means everything that happened in the last 13 movies, no, not even the last 13 movies, the last 13 years of movies. So that is like 22 movies plus maybe the shows, plus the obviously the Disney Plus shows. And if this bleeds somehow into the larger Marvel multiverse, all the non-Marvel Studios properties, so that would mean the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and all the X-Men movies and the Fantastic Four movies and the Blade movies. Let's just say that somehow they get wrapped into this if, all the rumors about Spider-Man 3 to be believed. So let's just say all of that happens. So that means that every single Marvel property ever, so there's no stakes. No character ever made a decision for themselves. No, there's no fucking. So there's no stakes. There's no choice. There's no character development. It's literally just the characters need to do what they did, or the space lizards were gonna come after them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Now that your actions have left you without a place on the timeline, you must stand trial for your offenses. So sit tight and we'll get you in front of a judge in no time.
Okay, so Loki needs to stand trial. And please note that from the after the Marvel Studios logo in this episode, that is the very first time we have actually seen free will demonstrated in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I repeat, this is the first time we've seen free will demonstrated in the MCU. Up until this point, no one was making choices of their own. No one was... Nothing mattered. Nothing that happened mattered. Because here's the thing, it's not just people making choices. It is every single event that happened. Every single random event, every single planned event. Nothing matters because it is all down to one singular source, the motherfucking space lizards known as the Timekeepers. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. We're not even at the opening titles. I repeat, we're not at the opening titles. We are... Oh, fuck.
Timekeepers. The sacred timeline. Who actually believes this bunkum?
Tickets.
So, yep, fucking Loki airs all of our fucking things. All of our fucking criticisms right there. Ugh. Fuck. And isn't that like the ultimate, like... That is like the ultimate just a cop-out against like any kind of criticism you could have for this. No, not even just criticism of this show, of any plot hole in the MCU, any contrivance. Anytime things just don't make sense. Oh, it's because the lizards wanted it to happen that way. Like, dude, man, everything is the fucking lizards. And what do the lizards do to you if you dare stray from their path? Well, let's find out.
Ticket, sir.
That guy didn't give me a ticket. I tried to ask for
Ticket,
one.
sir.
I tried to ask that guy for a ticket.
Sir?
What are you raising your voice with me, buckethead? Raising an...
So, this happens, and we're gonna get another screenshot for you. Just another screenshot for you. Just a little one, just a little tiny one, just a little tiny one. The lizards are making my accent go floopy again, but that's okay. This would have been so much better if they said that only disturbing the timeline would get you that place. Like if you mess with time trying to change things. Well, that's the thing, right? I like the idea of time cops. I like the idea that there's like a police force that kind of enforces time-related stuff on a kind of a case-by-case basis. I'm all good with that concept. But the thing is, the timeline itself needs to be forged via free will, correct? Like, and you shouldn't have it be that there's no multiverse, right? There should be a multiverse, and there should be a collection of there should be a multiverse. There should be just this is a mess. And like if you go back in time within a universe and you start messing things up, that's when they get involved. But the timeline itself is still forged by free will. It's just going back. It's just when you go back and try to change things that have already happened. That's when you try. It's like it's a change in. It is going back and disrupting the course of history from a specific point of view. So they're going back from a specific time, but the future still isn't set necessarily. It's still perfectly malleable. It's like, and that can raise questions about, so apparently the TVA makes more sense in the comics. I'm sure they do. I hope they do at the very least. But I'm just going by what I see here, and it's broken unless everything here is an absolute lie, which it kind of needs to be now. So if you don't obey the space lizards, this happens. You get melted. You get absolutely melted. They will just vaporize. And the thing is, right, Loki's there to stand trial. But we're going to find out that trial maybe is a little bit pointless. We'll get there when we get there, but quite clearly, as we see here, if you step out of line in this place, you're just going to get melted. But maybe that's just if you step out of line. Maybe there's a better fate for you if you don't step out of line. If you decide to go through with the bureaucracy. So let's find out. Oh, fuck. Okay, so Loki panics and finds his ticket, and that's the only reason, by the way, that Loki even grabbed his ticket in the first place. It's the only reason that Loki, the god of mischief, the person who is just who would not just be going along with this shit, who would at least be trying to get his way out of it with his fucking magic, takes a ticket. The only reason is he needs to, so that they can demonstrate the vaporization thing, and so he can panic and then get his ticket. Why wouldn't he just? Fuck it. It's so retarded. It is so fucking retarded. Fucking hell.
Don't hesitate to let us know how.
And then finally, after the Marvel Cinematic Universe is nuked, we reach the title card. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness. Do you have anything to say, Kat, up until this point? What's that?
Lots of things. Also, nothing, much like the show itself.
Mhm.
I am clinging to the hope that video is meant to be just a propaganda thing, and that the TVA and the lizards are some kind of a hoax. And I know that really doesn't seem to be what they're going for, but that's really the only way I think that it could not be so fundamentally broken. I mean, they are literally time fascists, is what they've established at this point. And it did feel a little bit like, hey, these are our great lords and saviors, and now everything can exist because of these lizard people. Yay. So I'm hoping that that's just drawing us in for a big twist later on. But I don't know. Maybe that's just asking for too much.
Oh God, I hope so. It's just ugh. Like it is just preposterous. Yeah, it's just like they need to be the villains, and it needs to be not as they are describing it in order for this to have any hope of being salvaged, because there's no way the MCU can recover if this is exactly as was described. Yep.
I also do not like the explanation that they give in that video or that clip. Why would Loki be there then? The people who deviated were not him. He just reacted to it. So is it that everybody who is in any way involved with a Nexus event has to get put on trial? Or like, because he didn't make the Tesseract fall at his feet. He just responded once it did. So
I think Ant-Man, Hulk, Tony, those
yep.
guys, I don't know, they're all fucking Loki did was notice the situation unfolding and take advantage of it. He's not exactly a but then again, remember it said, like, if you're late for work, they'll come for you. This is insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, why didn't they arrest any of the people who didn't stop Loki, who were like just happened to be looking the other way while he picked up the Tesseract? Like, they made a mistake. They caused this to happen as much. So
I've got I don't even know.
like they set their own laws and then break it at every single opportunity.
Yeah, it's we'll continue on. Just oh, so did you have any notes for the trial? Because we're about to go to the trial.
No, not specifically, I don't think. Other
Okay.
than why does it exist in the first place? Why is he on trial?
Yeah, so let's go to the trial, shall we? Oh, actually, no, we're in the church next. We're in the church. Ooh,
Ah.
yes. So what did they say in the church? I forget.
And reset him.
Okay, I don't have that much to talk about with the church, except for this one moment. So remember how, these guys are supposed to just be non-interfering and everything, non-disruptive. But then and I forgot to mention right at the beginning, when they're in the desert, they take Loki and they put down a little capsule, and it releases a purple goo. So I guess that's my goo. So I guess because Fringy has his own goo, but I guess my goo is temporal goo. So it releases meme goo everywhere. I'll go back to the meme goo so everyone sees the meme goo. So so let's just go back here. Okay. Oh no, go back. So let's take a snapshot. So yeah. So the TVA has the ability to release has these little capsules, and they release meme goo, and the meme goo it just like resets the timeline. So they just have a device that can reset a timeline to its quote unquote correct state, the correct direction. Just holding an alarm. So this is fucked. For a few reasons. So let's ask the questions at this meme goo. Oh, that's right. I can just send you these screenshots, can't I? I should have been doing that this whole time. So here we go. So the meme goo. So this just, I don't even, so it just floods the entire time stream and everything is reset back to the way it should be. So here's a question, a very good question. So we have variants that, they have missed their cue when it comes to the proper point in line. They have not done the dance. They are missing. They are, they have disrupted the proper flow and are risking creating a new multiverse. You were late for work, therefore you could incite a coup against all of reality somehow. Okay. So this is the premise. So the TVA go to you, and they fucking. So the TVA go to you, and then they kidnap you out of the time stream because you did wrong. But then after they kidnap you, they put down the meme goo and just reset the timeline anyway. Why? Why not just put down the meme goo canister and run? Like, why do you need to bring the variant in for judgment? Like, remember, this isn't, like, I can understand maybe if this person is some kind of criminal, but even then, just put down the meme goo and you're good, right? Like, oh, how far does the meme goo go? It goes across the entire timeline, so basically the universe, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it just goes across everything that was affected, or everything that was affected by it. So, they put down the meme goo. Why? Like, so, like, even if they're like someone who's like a criminal or something, and they committed a crime that wasn't in the original time stream, and they're trying to incite some kind of coup or uprising, wouldn't just putting down the meme goo just restore it back to what they were meant to be doing? And fuck me, why do you need to judge the guy who was late for work? Like, there's so many fucking things that don't make sense with this meme goo, and oh, fuck. Fuck. And apparently the sacred timeline's not in the comics. And they act more like time cops. Well, where was that show? I want that show. Give me the time cop show. Please. Damn it. Oh, fuck. So anyway, so now we're in a church. Just trying to get it back there. So. Oh, actually, why am I doing screenshots now when I can just fucking... When I could just do a little... When I could just bring this up in my... I could just do a window capture, couldn't I? La. Do. Okay. I could just be doing that, couldn't I? So. Do. So. Oh dear Lord, I went too far. Here we go. Now we can show everything. For the viewers at home. Oh, except it's broken. Okay. So it doesn't work. Well, we tried, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're going back to screenshots until I can figure that out. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, well. We tried. So. There is nothing. You see, VLC had to block me because otherwise, because otherwise, the sacred timeline would be disrupted. The lizards would melt me. So we're in the church, and they're investigating, and there's one major thing. There's just one thing So we go to the church, and there's a bunch of people that have been murdered, and they're trying to figure out what happened. So the little girl is there, and so this guy, fucking, I'm just gonna make a couple of screenshots for this one because I think we enjoy having like just little auditory, just audio visual stuff in there. So we have, and I got a couple of relevant visuals for you. So, Mr. Man, right here, he just goes up to this little girl and just goes, "Hey, Mamma Mia, you seen anything? You seen, what happened there?" But before he asks any questions, he decides to get out a little device. So a little device for the little girl. So he draws just a little man. So I'm just gonna show the little man, just the little man here. Take a screenshot. I'm gonna just show you the little man. So he shows the little girl, the little man, as you can see right there. So you got a little man right there. And already, this is like a smartphone, right? Like before, like this is basically, he's taking a smartphone, he's showing like what was it, a 15th, 16th century girl? Was that the time period?
Yeah, 16th century.
Yeah. And fucking, so he draws the little man for the little girl. And then, and then what happens next is that the little man, he gives it over to the little girl, and it turns into a little dancing hologram. So here's the thing, right? So here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? So this is witchcraft to this person, right? Should this little girl not be having a panic attack right now? Should she not be running through the streets going, "Oh, no, witchcraft, no, quickly burn them in the church, go get them." Should she not be freaking the fuck out? But Remo, she's just so passive and calm and just like, yeah, this magic man appeared from the glass magic window thing. And then, and to make this matter worse, right? So he then asks, "Oh, who did this? Who did this?" And then the girl points over to the stained glass window next to them, and we see a DC image, 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 and it's Satan. So she's already like witnessed magic happen, and witnessed it happen quite violently, yet she is so trusting of these strangers that have come into the church. And so a lot of people think this is indicating Mephisto. I think the devil horns indicate that it was probably the variant Loki that did this, because that's, well, we find out later there's another variant Loki running around. Spoilers. Ooh, I should check my Streamlabs. That's a very good point. Let's go to Streamlabs right now and see if there's any super chats. Just catch up on those. Because I'm smart. SMRT. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, yeah. So, Hi Zap with a $3 donation goes, You know the game Overwatch and how Tracer is a very powerful character with her power? If only the TVA had some sort of device, a collar maybe, that worked in a similar way, would be a great way to prevent death by fire. Well, I haven't played Overwatch, but yeah, would be nice if that worked. Can't wait for Marvel's What If series. What if Peggy Carter became Captain America? There's now a simple answer. She'll get melted. Roll credits. Why is life pain? May as well get rid of the Sokovia Accord, seeing as the Avengers are no longer responsible. Ah, yes. And let's see. Have my monies. Make more Spoonie references, otherwise I'll melt you. I will bring the Spoonie references on as they come. Is that a reference to the hemp line? Did you get the hemp line? I'm proud of you if you got the hemp line. Meme needs to do that Brooklyn accent, or else he would have been melted. Yes, yes, I would have. Yes, I would have. Okay. Yeah. So that's Streamlabs. And thank you all for the lovely donations. You're gonna help me eat. Every little bit helps. In these uncertain financial times. And please note that all donations go directly towards getting the Snyder Cut out faster, because I'm not going to be suffering from horrendous financial anxiety. So good on you guys for helping art be created. So let's just continue on with talking about this image here. So, here's the thing, right? So Loki is, so the idea is that Loki is going around, right? But people think this is Mephisto. I think they're gonna be, look, if I'm gonna be honest, I think they're gonna get blue balled again, because it's fucking, they didn't do Mephisto back when it would have made more sense to do Mephisto. I don't think Mephisto's gonna be the reveal here. Oh, what do I think is worse, Zack Snyder's Justice League or this? Well, here's the thing, Zack Snyder's Justice League probably infuriates me more, like, well, here's the thing, like, in the immediately I'm more pissed off with this because of all the damage it's done to the MCU, but I don't know, Zack Snyder's Justice League goes after characters that, like, existentially I care more about, but this just destroys this actually destroys good material. Well, the thing is, this is the bottom of writing, right? This show. So I'm going to say this is probably the worst one, but Zack Snyder's Justice League is probably more painful because it's longer and it's got so many atrocious garbage things in it, and it's taken up so much of my life. This show has not taken up as much as my life so far, so I'd say it's not as painful, but this show is definitely worse because it's like the worst thing you can do potentially ever to a franchise. Because remember, predeterminism, stripping away the free will and any kind of chance or any kind of potential for events to have gone differently is so utterly destructive, I can't even put it into words. It is beyond description. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. At least Zack Snyder's Justice League, fuck, it at least doesn't have predeterminism. It has other bullshit, definitely, but it doesn't have predeterminism. So, yeah, that's something. Not that having predeterminism in that universe would destroy anything worthwhile, but you know what I mean, right? Like, clinically, like, if we look at it from a purely clinical point of view without the emotions involved, that's undoubtedly a worse writing decision. Yeah, with this, it has to be like it was all a dream. Like, there's no other way. It's so fucking this like, yeah, it's like I said, like, Zack Snyder's Justice League, it makes me so angry that it exists. It makes me so angry for so many reasons, but I can't say that it's worse on a writing level, as bad as it is, because again, predeterminism destroying fucking 10 plus years of movies and history. Yeah, it's just, yeah. There's no way to kind of skirt around that. But anyway, so a lot of people think it's Mephisto. I don't think it's Mephisto. I'll believe, the way I put it is, I'm open to it being Mephisto. I'm not going to put a bet on it, but I'm going to believe Mephisto when I see Mephisto, is all I'm going to say. Yeah, like, what would they do about Dormammu? Like, why? Kat, what do you think the fucking what do you think the fucking TVA would be able to do about Dormammu? Do you think they would just win?
Well, I think that earlier question of the difference between dimensions and timelines would be really fundamental to establish, and they obviously haven't in this episode. I think it'll be interesting to see how the TVA's like jurisdiction is unveiled in future episodes. I'm willing to wait on that one and see where they go with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they've got to really, there's so much they've got to establish. Like, obviously they've got, well, you know, number one thing they've got to establish is that everything they said is bullshit, but we also got to establish like what are the tiers of multiverse here? Like, does it go? Is it all this? Are they all just different universes, or are dimensions a separate tier from universes where it kind of becomes, you know, like a type 2 multiverse? Like, there's just so many questions here. Or are like dimensions within one universe? Are there multiple dimensions within one universe? There's just, how are they defining universe or dimension? It's ridiculous. We'll continue on. So keep going. And also, and we get, so remember, so I don't really get this moment. Maybe the chat can explain it. Maybe I'm just like, because I'm so like blasting on, I'm blasting on like, I'm so focused, I'm so laser focused on like the predeterminism and you know, the melting and the later on and the character assassination of Loki, that there are just smaller moments here that kind of bewilder me, that I'm not even sure what it's meant, if it has any relevance yet, or if I should just hold my tongue. But like, he like gets the little girl to hand him like this blueberry gum, and I'm really confused by this moment. Like, what does the gum mean? What like, I don't know if I have a criticism here, because this could come up later, but I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just going to bring it up because I just find it strange, because I've watched this episode twice now. Well, 2.5 times, because I went over some scenes with Mauler last night. But this is, I don't get this part. It it's just an odd choice.
The only thing that what I understood when I watched it was that it was implying that whoever that figure is was out of their time, because obviously in the 1500s in France, you're not going to have bubblegum. So it's implying that someone is out of their timeline, meaning that the sacred timeline is being disturbed.
Okay, so that would mean that it's probably not Mephisto, because he would not, unless Mephisto's a time traveler for some reason in this universe, or like more associated with time travel. And the thing is, the bubblegum kind of indicates to me, you know, that's the trickster part of Loki's persona.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why that's there. Yeah, so perhaps maybe that's why. Yeah, so that's just something I noticed. I just wanted to bring it up because I'm just like, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not even really sure what it is. I just wanted to like bring it up as like a, why is this a choice here? But yeah, that's fair enough. So as we keep going, they say that the time divergence is reaching a red line, whatever that means, and then they release the meme goo again to reset things. So I of course have to get another picture of the meme goo if they have it.
Set a reset charge.
Do we get the meme goo? Let's find out if we get the meme goo again. We need to capture every shot of the meme goo. That's our challenge.
Next case, please.
Okay, we don't get to see the meme goo again. I'm sorry. The show has failed us once again by refusing to give us another shot of the meme goo. But don't worry, I will be sure to capture every instance of it when it comes up, because this is not the last we will see. The meme goo will return in Avengers Aftergame. So, Loki is brought into the courtroom, and I actually do have another screenshot on standby for that. Let's see. Let us see if I can find it. Oh, right, it's in the other folder. Because I'm smart. Smarties for the smarty pants. So, let's take a looky-loo. Yep, so Loki is brought into the courtroom to go on trial. And you know, there's just a bunch of banter back and forth between him and the plaintiff. Well, I guess I can just play that and we can kind of make commentary as we go. Does the TVA melt the mother or the baby if the timekeepers decide an abortion was supposed to happen? Oh my good God. That is not up for me to say. I would say maybe melt both for safekeeping. Turn it into a nice, maternal soup.
Nice double homicide, just casually.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, but do they? So they would kill the baby after it's born, wouldn't they? They really they are. I guess you can say that the TVA is 100% pro-choice in that case. We got a $5 donation from Ben CJ. Hello there, meme. Hello there, Ben CJ. Oh, and we've got another $3. Oh, we got a couple of $3 donations from Data Depth. How many Uncle Bens did they melt until he died to the gunshot wound? It's a very good question. A very, very good question. By the way, Hitler would have been melted if he didn't commit genocide. This show has made me feel so sad for Hitler. We defeated the wrong fascist. Oh, thank you, Data Depth. You are you are bringing much the much needed discussion to this to this show. Asking the real questions, if you will. Oh my good God. Oh, bye. Oh boy. So yeah, the court scene play. Let's go to the court scene. Let's just kind of commentate on the court scene as it goes, because I think there might be some stuff in here, maybe.
9.
Madam.
How do you plead?
Madam, a god doesn't plead. Look, this has been a very enjoyable pantomime, but I'd like to go home. Guilty of being the god.
Are you guilty or not guilty, sir?
Guilty of being the god of mischief, yes. Against the sacred.
So basically just goes, I'm trying not to play too much audio just because well, it's very much, I don't know how much of that's going to get flagged for copyright, because obviously they keep an eye out for video and audio, but I'm not sure if just playing film audio is going to get me flagged, so I'm just trying to keep it to a minimum, trying to get the relevant details to keep the memory fresh.
Timeline. I suspect the Avengers.
And here we go. This is the important part. So let's listen to this part.
Wrong person.
Oh, really? And who should we have?
I suspect the Avengers. You see, I only came into possession of the Tesseract because they traveled through time. No doubt in a last-ditch effort to stave off my ascent to God King. So,
they say, so he's just like, okay, you got the wrong guy. And then they're just like, oh, okay, well, who's really responsible for this? It's just like, oh, well, the Avengers, they're the one who fucking traveled through time. And everybody with a brain goes, yeah, it was the Avengers who traveled through time, wasn't it? Maybe they should be here in front of this this judge. Maybe they should be having this trial right now. Wouldn't that be an idea? That maybe the ones who travel through time should be the one who face judgment. I don't know. Maybe. Well, but what does the judge have to say about this?
That's quite an accusation.
Oh, believe me, you can smell the cologne of 2 Tony Starks.
Uh-oh. Well, before we even get to her later declarations, I've gotten a mess. Okay, so let's see. So so he just said that he can smell the cologne of 2 Tony Starks. And that's how he knew that the Avengers were going through time. So what did you say when we were watching? Is he a sniffer dog?
I have no idea, but it's just, of all the contrivances that they could have thought of, that they went with the fact that he could smell his cologne, and obviously only Tony Stark would wear that cologne as well. So like, oh, It's such bad writing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, and he wears Axe body spray, which is really generic, right? So shouldn't there be more, like, in a room full of guys, especially with all those security officers and everything, and shouldn't there be more than one person who's wearing more than two people wearing Axe body spray? Well, more than one, technically.
And there's nothing else that passes through his mind. It's just, oh, time travel. That explains it.
Yep, it can't be that someone else just has a similar smell. It can't be. And the thing is, he doesn't know who Ant-Man is, so even if he saw a little magic man running across the floor and kick the box,
good point.
he's not going. That's not going to be the thing that cues him into time travel. In fact, I think he should. You know, when I first watched, I assumed that he just assumed that he assumed that that he assumed that it was the Avengers just because it was the because you know, it was just his hubris. It was just you know, oh, it must be the Avengers because they're the only ones who would dare try, who would have the capacity to stop my ascent. But and then he just happened to get it right. But no, instead it's like, oh, I smelt the colognes of two Tony Starks, and it's just like, you fucking serious right now?
You speak of time criminals. It's they you should be after. Perhaps you could provide me with a task force and resources, and I could return and eliminate them for you.
We're not here to talk about the Avengers.
Oh, no?
No. What they did was supposed to happen.
So then she says, what they did was supposed to happen. What? Why? Why? What? Oh, I did that so loud, it went out of the room and into the other microphone. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Did he hear future fucking Tony's voice? I'm gonna check that.
Good job. Meet in the alley. I'm gonna grab a quick slice.
Okay, so wait a minute. So he's too far away for Loki to hear him in that one. I'm gonna go back a little bit further.
Hand it over. Hand over the case, Star. Hand it over.
Actually, no, there's no way he could have heard him because he was, you know, the whole reason Ant-Man kicks it across the room is because Tony is across the room. So, wait a minute. Where is he in that? Yeah, and why is Loki so knowledgeable about Tony's body smells? Well, that's the thing. It should just be a generic body spray smell, surely.
And again, why would he automatically go, nah, time travel? I know if there are two people who smell exactly the same, must be one of them's from the future.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, yeah, yeah. So Thor's mum was able to detect that Thor was from a different time because she was raised by witches, right? So you could say that Loki received some similar training at some point. That would have been far less contrived. That I smelled two Tony Starks. I don't know, man. There's stuff there. I mean, I'm not even sure how that excuse would hold up with given the context, but it would have. I don't know. There's a lot there to work with. So, but back to the Avengers, right? So they're meant to go back in time. So, okay, so that establishes that you can travel through time, and that's part of the established course of events. So, if that is the case, why? Wait a minute. this is wrapping my head up in knots because so Loki grabbing the Tesseract and fucking off, that meant that caused Steve and Tony to then go back to 1970s to get the Pym particles and the other version of the Tesseract there. So that means that they so fuck. So why aren't they? Isn't that like? Shouldn't they also be? Because they're no longer on script now. Thanks to that. Surely that's because they're not meant to go back to the 70s. That should be off script. But they're not off script. But they don't get arrested. They don't. The 1970s trip should be a variant. So so Loki is. Are they just racist against Asgardians? Or blue people? Because remember, Loki is a secret blue. So are they just racist against blue people? That's the hard-hitting question here.
I mean, they are blue, so that would be pretty self-effacing.
Oh my god, you're right. The lizard people are blue. And they're racist. They are self-hating blues. They are Uncle Blues. So, after that tomfuckery, Loki is basically sentenced to melt.
No,
wait, they asked for his plea again. And then finally, he tries to use his magic. Yay! How long did that take? How long? This entire time. He could have tried. He could have tried in the desert where it would have worked. He could have tried when he got dragged here and discovered it didn't work earlier on. But no, we had to wait until it had like maximum dramatic potential. Oh, I bet they melted Nebula because she's a blue. Yep. Fucking self-hating blues, man. Because if you notice, they don't have any blue employees there either. You know, they have employees of every other race, but they do not have any blues. And we know that blues are a common race in the MCU. So, what does that tell you about the space lizards? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, oh boy. If time travel Steve was supposed to spend his life with Peggy, why wasn't original Steve melted for not spending his life with Peggy?
Mm-hmm.
There are so many things. There are so many questions. The thing that bugs me most about Loki is that it's 2019 to 2020 Tom Hiddleston hairline on 2012 Loki, and those two things are different. Yep, the hairline does shift back. That's the biggest flaw of the entire episode, if you ask me. The lack of continuity on Tom Hiddleston's hair. Gonna reload this in case there's any super chats that came in the meantime. Nope, we seem to be good on that front. Let's see. So, getting back to bidness. So he tries to use his magic. Finally, and this is part of a larger theme, right? That Loki is not. This is not the Loki we know. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like he has been downgraded to clinically retarded at certain points. This is just unreal. Just how they've lobotomized his character and how they've switched and swapped him around, just to make him completely stupid. They've taken like the moments where he did fall on his ass in Avengers 1 and just amped it up to 11. Because he did have moments of victory in there, and there was a genuine threat. He couldn't take on the whole team himself, but he was still a threat. He was still allowed to be threatening and have small victories in there. But instead, here, he doesn't even think to use his most obvious abilities. And this is not to mention he's still like stronger than he should. He's still stronger than Loki's still stronger than an average human. Surely, I mean, he lifts Tony Stark up with one hand and throws him out a window. So, like, even if he doesn't have his magic, surely physically he should still be able to take these people on.
And he'd want to. He'd have that motivation to. I mean, this is Loki who, yes, for all his development later, he is the villain of the first Avengers movie. He is a villain in Thor. Like, he is not yet the anti-hero that he becomes. That arc hasn't happened. So why would he be just sort of this comedic relief almost that they've presented him as?
Yeah, he's a fucking frost giant.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just continue on. So his magic doesn't work, and that's how we establish that magic doesn't work at the TVA HQ, because things work a little differently there. And so he's sentenced to melt.
Hang on, everyone.
And they keep going on with this as well. They keep fucking, we get this. God damn it. God damn it to heck. Just look at this shit. Like, they go on for a while, just him trying to flounder about. Like, the number of erectile dysfunction jokes in the MCU, man. Like, I don't mind them if they're good. It's just like, I don't know. Like, we've already had an erectile dysfunction joke with Loki and Avengers anyway. So why? Come up with some new material, please. Jesus.
Well, and one of my favorite things of this clip, as you pointed out actually earlier, I mean, was that there's an audience to this trial. Why there would be an audience? Who knows? But it clearly makes sense in the world of the TVA.
Yeah, there's no reason for this audience to be here. Like, I'll put it this way. Are you going to be inviting friends and family to this trial? Are you going to be... What kind of witnesses would want to be attending this trial? There's no jury there either, but there is an audience. So what is this court system? Why is there this court system? Because clearly they've already passed judgment before he even walked in that room. They have, this omniscient knowledge of the timeline thanks to the timekeepers. So why is this all here? Why is it set up this way? Why is Loki able to move his hands freely? Shouldn't he be in cuffs? Well, that's the thing. And because he's not in cuffs, shouldn't he just be able to fuck everyone up in this room with his superior strength? In the comics, they actually have a jury pulled from throughout time, to my understanding. That would have been fucking cool. Could you imagine? A time jury.
Every comment so far that has started with in the comics has continued with something that sounds so much better than what they actually went with.
Yep, I want to see that. Where's that version? Where is it? I want it back. God damn it. Ugh, fuck. Looks like they're aping the comics without understanding the comics. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the case with a lot of adaptations. Is that they will take a lot of the superficial imagery, but they won't either A, they won't think about the stuff that doesn't make any sense, so they won't bother to change it, or B, they'll needlessly change things that do make sense, but still keep the imagery, so it makes it all look more retarded than it actually is. It's often a lose-lose with these adaptations.
We're not even close to the part that makes me really angry.
Oh, fuck me. Oh,
There's so much still to go.
Oh, there is, but hopefully I'm going to be able to like just do more slides forward as we go, because we've gotten to the predeterminism, right? So to avoid, so I won't need to repeat myself too much, hopefully. So So Loki starts getting dragged away by the guards, as starts getting dragged away by the guards. As you can, did that screenshot go through? No, it did not. As you can see, here I gotta find out if there's a fucking. So Loki starts getting dragged away by the guards, and he's like, no, stop. And then what's his name? What's the actor's name?
Owen Wilson.
Yeah, so Owen Wilson stands up. He's like, no, I want him. I want Loki. Give me Loki. And Judge Lady's just like, no, you can't have Loki. And then he's just like, yeah, I can. Actually, let's just play the dialogue.
Have an idea of what he's capable of.
Approach the bench.
I facing a hunch.
Thinking what I think you're thinking, it's a bad idea.
Okay, I'm just chasing a hunch. Feel like I'm always looking up to you. I like it. It's appropriate.
So yeah, he just takes Loki. And then we get this shot here. And this is some really, who wants to see some dodgy green screen? Because they have all that amazing like digital technology with those digital backgrounds and everything. And then they give us this. Like that might not be too apparent from that screenshot right there, but let's just look at it like here. Take a snapshot, and so let's look at this. So I'm putting this full screen right now. Chat, wouldn't you agree that this looks a little bit shit? And here's the thing, right? So they're looking out at this city, and it's like this be amazed moment. Like, oh, look at this futuristic city. And Loki even literally says, I thought there was no magic here. It's as if to indicate this city is so fucking technologically sophisticated. Oh, Meme Repo, I bring urgent news. Did you, oh. What'd I do? You can't leave me hanging like that, man. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. That didn't seem too bad. Like, I don't know, maybe the copy I have, I don't know, like, the lighting doesn't quite match. Wait, Peggy Carter was taken by the time cops as well? I've heard something about that, but we'll confirm it as we go along. We'll confirm it as we go along. So
I thought there was no magic here.
I thought there was no magic, and it's a little bit easier to tell how crap it is in motion because it doesn't quite track properly. It doesn't quite. Yeah, like all the design, like this is supposed to be this magical, majestic, wonderful world, but Asgard looked better than this. Sakaar looked better than this. It's so ugly. It looks like China on crack. Like this looks like, you know, an industrial hellscape, to tell you the truth. Like there's no sunlight, there's just, how is this magical? Like this is the music that plays. Fuck. Play, you fucking shit. So it's supposed to be majestic. It's supposed to be like, oh, look at this. Look at this. And it's just really shit looking. Just really fucking shit looking. It's more orange than a certain politician. So then we have the elevator scene, and it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of cringe.
I'm Agent Mobius, by the way.
Oh, he's called Agent Mobius, so like Mobius Strip. That's a name that I wouldn't complain about too much in a better thing, because I don't know, I have a soft spot for goofy names, but I don't know, you know, when you have a show this bad, and it's just supposed to be like a cheap reference to Mobius Strip, because that's how they did it in Avengers, I'm just like, eh. It's like, ugh. Just like, no. So, we're about to get taken. So he takes Loki to a room, right? And they have a bit of back and forth. I don't remember much to talk about during the walk there, so we're just going to skip over that. Can you address my last chat? I don't really have anything to say about the dialogue, so we're going to move on from that, is my answer to that packet. So we move into the room, the projector room. Did you have anything to say about their walk to the projector room, or should we just move to the projector room?
No, I think let's get to the meaty stuff.
Okay, let's go. So they walk into this projector room. And we also established that they have a time loopy device that basically it can just loop you back to where you were like a few seconds ago or however far back you want it to be, you want it to go. And here's the thing. It doesn't really make any sense because when you're looped back, you still have all your memories, so I don't really know how it works, but we can move on from that because I don't really have too much to say about it other than it's just really nonsensical mechanically. So they're talking. So they just have a long conversation about Loki's motivations and his history, and
Exactly.
and you know she's like, "Oh, Loki, what do you want? What do you want from life?" Let's see if I can find something. So they go.
You're just a little pussycat. I got a set of questions for you. What are you gonna do?
So it's just like, I'll probably recap some of this. Meme, will you be on the next Metal Commander stream? Looking forward to the boys having a talk about the tisms, TBH. If he either invites me on ahead of time or if I happen to be awake at that point, I'm happy to come on. No concrete plans, because you got to remember, a lot of the time with when people are on Metal stream, it's usually just like if they happen to be around, so it's really dependent. So start talking about, so I can kind of just recap it for you. I should find just a good image and we can kind of just recap what, like, the first part of that conversation is. And again, I don't really have it completely committed to memory, so I'll probably make mistakes here, which people can correct me on. So they're basically just going, hey, you know, what do you want from life? You know, you're a god of mischief, you know, torturing people. Does that seem like a mischievous thing to do? You know, oh, let's look at your latest escapade. Oh, you want to rule Midgard? Oh, you want to rule space? Is that it? Why do you want to rule? You're wasting your time, Loki. Why are you wasting your time fucking trying to rule things?
Out so well for the last.
And I'm just going to highlight this line here.
You're a liberator. Of eyeballs, maybe. Look at that smile. You are enjoying that.
So they point out explicitly that there is visual evidence that Loki enjoys killing, that he enjoys maiming, that he enjoys torturing people. You know, they point that out with a visual reference. I don't even need to. This is very much a case where the movie doesn't, it does. It gives me the critical references ahead of time, and I really appreciate it. So they're talking, and this projector, right, it brings up parts of Loki's timeline. So let's bring up that as an image. I said, let's bring that up as an image. God damn it. I will fucking snap your brain in half. There we go. So it brings up like parts of Loki's timeline, as you can see here. So we got them chit chatting, and they're going through like basically his greatest hits, if you will, and they point out, hey, look at that. Hey, look at that smile. Oh, look at that smile while you're gouging that guy's eye out. Oh, you're enjoying yourself, aren't you, Loki? You bad boy. So, and I think most people would agree, yeah, Loki does enjoy the killing. He does enjoy being a mischief maker. Oh, do we have streaming struggles? What happened? Oh no, I gotta check the stream. Check the stream. No. Stream's still going for me, so I don't have any. So I don't know. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll keep going. So we're in there, and they're talking about all that. And now,
What? Again, mischief, right? I don't see anything very mischievous about this.
No, I don't suppose you do.
Let's talk about your escapes.
so they're trying to. So they are that they're trying to. So this is what. So they're starting to break down Loki's character. They're trying to get to the core of what makes him tick as a person. So we find out a couple of things in here. For starters, why is my monitor being a fucking dickhole? Anyway, so we find out that Loki back in the 80s was DB Cooper, and because he lost a bet with Thor and Heimdall. This raises many questions if you couldn't tell, because here's the thing. Think back to the first Thor movie. Thor was completely ignorant of human customs, yet for some reason Loki losing a bet with Thor back then meant that he was going to rob a plane for some. I don't know. But that was just it's a weird inclusion, and it does raise problems as far as continuity is concerned. So.
And I lost a bet to Thor. Where was the TVA when I was meddling with these affairs of men?
Well, we were right there with you, just surfing that sacred timeline.
Also, that had the Timekeeper's seal of approval.
Which also raises, it raises the interesting prospect that the Timekeepers, preserving the flow of time, they preserve everything good and bad. So that means the Holocaust, every murder victim, every rape victim, every grand theft, every war, every genocide, everything, as long as it's part of the Timekeeper's precious sacred timeline, as long as it is being preserved there, it's all well and good, all predetermined. Fuck. Even the snap. Even the motherfucking snap. All good with the Timekeepers. They didn't care. Jesus Christ. So then we start to so then Loki and Mobius start having a little bit of an argument. They start just going, no, back and forth, and then, he's trying to, the point of this conversation, he's trying to, get Loki to maybe see his better self, maybe have a little bit of self-reflection, but he's kind of guiding it, I don't know, maybe he's trying to guide it in a rocky direction, like a Ragnarok-y direction, perhaps. So what happened? So what does he start doing? Well, if this fucking monitor wants to play it, we start getting glimpses of his future, and he gets informed that he gets his mother killed.
Yay.
And so now we're no longer seeing his past, he's now seeing his future. And And he gets informed of this, and so he doesn't believe him at first, but he quickly turns around on the fact, like he doesn't take much convincing. Like he goes, "What is this? This is a trick. No, this is untrue. This is all fake. This is all fake." But then after that scene, he just takes everything they say completely seriously. Which might be because of something else that happens later on that we're going to get to. Something a little, ooh, yeah. A little, if you thought that they had already broken it with free will, they decided to put the icing on the cake later, but we're going to get to that. So,
and can I just say,
yeah,
I think we're meant to like Mobius. Like, this is meant to eventually become a kind of buddy cop thing with him and Loki, right?
yep.
This is a really fucked up thing to do. To show Loki this kind of stuff, like psychologically manipulate him into using him. That's a really, really, really shitty thing to do, basically. So I wonder how that's going to be, or if it's going to be justified at all, that that's basically how they break down Loki.
Well, self-awareness hasn't exactly been the strong suit of the MCU shows so far, but we shall see. But after he finds out that his mother, gets killed, we then get another little factoid about Loki. I'm just gonna find it here.
Can it is Loki, you were born to cause pain and suffering and death. That's how it is. Sorry, the time twister just loops you, not and suffering. You weren't born to be king, Loki. You were born to cause pain and suffering and death. That's how it is. That's how it was. That's how it will be.
Just pausing for copyright.
Also that others can achieve their best versions of themselves.
So Loki, his entire purpose in life is to make sure that other people can achieve the best versions of themselves. That is his entire purpose in this universe. Now, you had something to say about that, didn't you?
Yes, although maybe not here.
Maybe not here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we'll just continue on then. But
little teaser for later.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, so Loki has his own preset path, and it's simply basically they just basically just said, oh yeah, your entire purpose is just it is the laziest writing it's some of the laziest writing I've ever heard. It's just him saying what is Loki's like metatextual purpose within the plot, as plain as day. And there's ways to do that without, and don't get me wrong, there are ways to do that within a story, but this ain't it, chief, is all I'm gonna say about that. It's just it just it really reduces down, like it comes back to that predeterminism thing. It reduces down Loki's journey to just basically being a prop for other characters on their predetermined path. So even within this path of predeterminism, Loki just doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
Place. What is this place?
So then fucking what's his name gets pulled out of the room for something. I forgot what it was. But then like Loki, but the dumb fuck that he, but somehow I gotta check this. How does he? Something happens, you see.
Yeah, the other agent who we've seen calls him out, I think, to be like, what are you doing? Why don't you just turn him into goo, right?
Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's
behind his time thingy.
Yeah, that and he leave. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just double checking here. Like, did he just fucking leap behind the remote to Loki's collar?
It's just getting good.
Talking to.
I'm getting. Okay, Loki, I think we can finish.
Wait, so is it implied that he stole it at one point? Like, as a sleight of hand, or... Oh, you kind of see Loki reach into his pocket. So that's how Loki gets it. As he's coming, as he's offering his hand up. So I can probably just provide the reference there. So you kind of... You do see, like, a point where Loki could have gotten the remote from the pocket. So that's like the... Is that the first successfully sneaky thing that Loki does all episode?
I like that. If that's what they were going for, that's in character, it's fitting, it's not super contrived. Finally.
Yeah, so this screenshot isn't the best, but that's just because it's hard to narrow it sometimes. But you do kind of, as he gets up, he kind of reaches for his pocket. So it's a subtle thing. But it's there. And also, why isn't he in handcuffs? But that's how, so he gets the thing as he's getting as Mr. Mobius Man is getting a fucking bollocking in the other room. And so Loki's gone. He has ended up in another part of the building. So I'm gonna just and now Loki goes on an adventure throughout the time, throughout TVA HQ. So let's see, where does he go next? So everyone is scrambling, trying to find him, and he sneaks into the office with Corey, Mr. Corey.
Casey.
What's that?
Casey.
Oh, Casey. His name's Casey.
Yeah.
Okay. To be honest, I'm resisting calling him by his nickname that I have for him because I need to reveal why he has that nickname before I can.
It's all about to go to shit.
It is well, it's already gone to shit, but now there are, they are putting they're putting the frosting on the diuretic frosting on the shit sundae. Is his nickname Tuna? Well, it's close. So he finds this man, Corey.
What's your name?
Casey.
Oh, it's Casey. I keep calling him Corey. Oh, fuck. I can't... Look. You guys will understand why his name will not... It, doesn't have any permanence in my mind very shortly.
Give me the Tesseract or I'll gut you like a fish, Casey. What?
So he says, give me the Tesseract or I'll gut you like a fish, Casey.
Casey.
Give me the Tesseract or I'll gut you like a fish, Casey.
What's a fish?
So he just said, what's a fish? Right?
What's a fish?
And he just repeats, what's a fish?
How do you not know what a fish is?
Exactly, Loki. Why does he not know what a fish is?
I lived my entire life behind a desk.
What are these people? He lives an entire life behind a desk and he doesn't even know what a fish is. What is this? What is this, man? What are these people? Are they just born in here? Are they created? Are they the genetically altered? So I call him Fishman for that reason. And that's why I was struggling with it, because I couldn't call him Fishman without context. But henceforth, I will be referring to him as Fishman, because... oh... What? And yeah, his focus is on the fish and not the fact that he is being threatened with gutting. It's bizarre. So Loki's all like, I'm threatening you with horrible, violent death if you don't give me the Tesseract. And then, so Corey's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll go get the Tesseract. And then, okay, so let me get that up. It's just like, oh, okay, I'm going to go get it. And as you can see, Loki looks like almost at his ass. Like it's almost like he gives a stare at his upper back as if he's trying to catch his ass in his peripheral vision, which could imply something, but we will say no more there. God, I've got so many fucking screenshots in this OBS window. It's ridiculous. So he goes into this drawer, Mr. Fishman, and he pulls out the Tesseract. So I'm just gonna get the screenshot there so everyone is in the know. Everyone can follow along this journey with us visually. So he goes in, he gets the Tesseract, and he goes, "Hey, here's the here's the Tesseract. Here it is. Here you go. Here's the Tesseract. I just had it in this drawer here. And you might be saying, isn't it weird that he has a Tesseract just in a drawer? They just threw it in the drawer with the man who didn't know what a fish was. With Corey Fishman. Casey Fishman. Casey Tuna. So then Loki looks in the drawer and he is shocked. So I'm just going to take the screenshot here and look and see. So he sees something else in the drawer. He sees something else in the drawer. Something has gotten his attention. And remember, he's holding the Tesseract, which is, his number one thing at that very moment. And has been his number one thing for a lot of his arc, really. Like, even in Ragnarok, he couldn't resist stealing the Tesseract again. So something has drawn his attention away from the Tesseract. Man, what could this be?
What?
And now, so we now get a shot of the drawer. Now we get a shot of the drawer. I'm just going to put the shot of the drawer there. Now, what are these objects? Chan? What do you think these objects are?
A lie. A betrayal.
Those are words. Those are definitely words. Let's just see what chat has to say about these objects.
Paperweights.
Yes. Tism stones. Yep, they're the paper holders. Yep. Those are all words. So let's just hear it from the Loki's mouth. A visual depression, a joke, just pebbles, oof. Paperweights, a drawer full of universe break IMO, head banging my desk, coom stones. Maybe they are infinity stones off Nyx. Let's see what Loki has to say.
Infinity stones?
Oh, so there are infinity stones in that drawer. Just in this drawer. Like, they're not even nicely in this drawer. Like, it's next to, like, a crucifix and just a bunch of badges. And they're just, like, lying around. Like, just next to next to a bunch of shit. I'm curious, actually, what does that fucking note say right there? I want to find out. It says, can anyone read that? I can't make it out. I can't make it out. No, I can't do it. But yeah, just a bunch of infinity stones in that drawer. Why are there infinity stones in that drawer? This must be the drawer, the mega drawer, the ultimate drawer. Like, that must not be that might be the actual shrunken down cross that Christ was crucified on, that this is such a significant draw. Surely.
It's cool.
Surely. But let's just listen a little bit more, shall we?
How do you have these?
Oh. Just pausing for copyright here.
How do you have these?
Okay, pausing again for copyright, because I want you guys to hear exactly what Mr. Fishman's response is, because I think you're going to really like Mr. Fishman's response to what these objects are doing here.
Oh, we actually got a lot of those. Yeah, some of the guys use them as paperweights.
They use them as paperweights. They use them as paperweights. And then the scene keeps going on, and he doesn't even give a shit about the Tesseract. He just keeps looking around, and he wonders this.
Is this the greatest power in the universe?
Is this the greatest power in the universe? Referring to the time people. Are they the greatest power in the universe? Do they completely shit all over the Infinity Stones? The thing that we were building up towards for so many years. Do you have anything to say about this, Cat?
I have things to yell about it. Yeah. I feel cheated. It's not fair to an audience to spend over a decade building up the importance of something to just casually throw it away as a joke in like 2 seconds, just destroying everything that they've built up, making none of it matter at all. Like, forget all the predetermined stuff. That's stupid already. But this is like, well, it's treating you as stupid for finding it compelling in the first place, because now they're like, well, an Infinity Stone's a dime a dozen, so why should you have cared about Thanos and all of that? We just get them all the time. We use them as fucking paperweights. And why doesn't Loki just go and grab them all and put them in his pockets? That's my next question.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, if he were able to escape this place, he would be a god. Like, he would have... Let's see. So there's a bunch of time stones. You got a couple of reality stones. You've got a soul stone in there. They have power stones in there, don't they?
They've got all of them, don't they?
They might. So you could just form a couple of you could potentially form a couple of infinity gauntlets with this, couldn't you?
Easy peasy. Literally no stakes left in the universe because the TVA has the power of everything.
Yep. Oh my good God. Macaroni art with infinity stones. Jesus Christ. So, here's the thing, right? You can have a power that is maybe comparable to the stones. I think that's fine. You cannot just dwarf the... You have to set a cap for, like, power levels. Otherwise, it just becomes meaningless. So you can't just have, oh no, this is more powerful than the Infinity Stones. Or if you're going to do that, it needs to be earned. And you have to really earn it. It can't, like, I don't know, Galactus... I don't know, I don't know even if Galactus would earn that right, to tell you the truth. Like, I think, you know, this needs to be another string to the bow. It can't just be like this overrides everything we know to be powerful to begin with. Especially when the stones themselves, like, have problems with how their insane power levels don't really have defined limits. So now we have something even more powerful than them, to the point where they're just using them as fucking paperweights. It's... Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 and come. Continuing on. So, what happens after this scene? Oh yeah, the time people come and they like chase after Loki and they almost hit the fishman, but they don't hit him, but who gives a fuck? And then, like, Loki gets to his projector and he just starts, and I'm not joking right now. He starts just, I'm gonna take a couple of screenshots here because you guys are not gonna believe this. You fucking people are just not gonna believe what they do next. So, they fucking go through a greatest hits album of Loki's character development. And they just start fast forwarding through everything that he's done throughout the Infinity War, like the Infinity Saga after Avengers. So they show, him. They show him with Odin. They show, I hear some of the audio, he goes goodbye, my sons, and then.
Loki, I thought the world of you. I thought we were gonna fight side by side forever.
Yeah, so there's that. And then they show him being all buddy with his brother, and then they show him fucking getting killed by Thanos, and then it's end of file. It's this whole montage. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This might be a hot take. So I'll word this carefully. I think there is potential with a past version of Loki seeing his death and seeing his future, but not having the context for it, and then having that drive him even further into villainy, to have this existential crisis of, I refuse to be that. I refuse to die that way. I refuse for that to be my future. I refuse to embrace weakness like my brother did. That would be an interesting premise for a show, for a story. That would be a fascinating way to go and to explore those alternate possibilities. They don't do that in this show, however. They don't understand that character develop. You can't just fast forward character development by showing someone a greatest hits album of all of their most touching moments, because they're not going to have the context or the connective tissue to put it together. So as a result, you've just got a bunch of bullshit wrapped around this new version of Loki, all for the purpose of just reverting, all just for the purpose of fucking fast forwarding him to where he is in Ragnarok. This makes no fucking sense. Oh, fuckity, fuck. He even starts giggling like a maniac during this. That almost to me indicates that's almost his Joker moment, where he's like, okay, this is, he's almost completely loses it. That should just be this should be crushing to know that his future, from his perspective, is so irrevocably fucked. Yet it just, fuck me, fuck everything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, someone please fucking, I'm gonna give a full screen of this now. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Fucking, fuck off. Someone, I'll give you the full screenshot. Someone fucking Photoshop the Joker makeup onto this. Please. Please. I'm giving you ample time to screenshot this. Please do it. It'll make me giggle. So he has what should have been his ultimate turn to villainy moment. And then a security woman walks in, and he, oh, what a perfect moment. And okay, so remember how I said earlier that Loki has been demonstrated to have above, superhuman strength, because of his frost giant roots. He's not just magical; he actually has other abilities. So somehow this woman is just able to thrash him about, as if his strength was somehow a superpower as opposed to an inherent characteristic. His strength was never magical, as far as I'm aware. He's just a frost giant, and frost giants, like Asgardians, are just really fucking strong. So I really don't fucking understand how this woman is just able to thrash him about. And admittedly, Loki does win this fight, but the fact that she's even able to do this is a complete contradiction unless these people are like super people. But I don't. We'll just have to see if they have an indication that they have super strength. If they have super strength, this might be justified. If this is just a separate species that looks human, but we don't. If not, this is going to end up being bullshit.
And it's also just really like, I don't know who in the writing room thought that the audience would want to see just a regular fist fight in Loki. Like, yeah, okay, we expected that in Falcon and Winter Soldier, but I expect to see the action scenes in Loki to be way more creative and fun. I don't want to see just two characters punching each other. Like, they can do so much better than that, surely.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very good point because let's just say that he had bypassed the whole magic limiter kind of prevents them from doing like a magic versus technology kind of thing with all the crazy super duper shit they have. So that might actually be like a really cool concept. Like he's doing all these daggers and illusions while they're trying to do them tech stuff. That could be cool. But unfortunately, no, we just got more fisticuffs. Yeah, I know they introduced the magic limiter. I'm saying that the magic limiter kind of limits their ability to do to do cool shit. That's all I'm really pointing out.
Their writing.
Yeah. Oh, and this is not to mention like the fact that he has imagine he had that this was like a moment where he was forced into using his ice giant biology far more than he had in the past, and what a different light that could cast. Yeah, like that could be cool. Like say he doesn't have the magic and then he's just forced to use his frost giant shit to a greater degree, but they don't do that here
because that's actually clever.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. They seem to remember in that one fucking bit where he throws the chair, like an insane amount, but that's it. Oh, fuck. Oh, I got a funny one. So Loki manages to get the remote, manages to unlock, manages to get the somehow manages to just sneak into her pocket. Well, she managed to sneak into her pocket and get the remote for his collar, and he slaps the collar on her, and then he starts fucking with her. Starts doing all kinds of roundabout, like, or timey-wimey rewind shit with her. And then we get this wonderful screenshot here. I'm actually going to make this full screen because it's fucking hilarious. Not in the way they probably intended, but that's something. That's something else. You see, I can't really call this show woke because the one strong, quote unquote, strong black woman in this is like an absolute mockery. So, well, I guess there's the judge, but she's barely in this, so I don't really care. Oh, fuck. Let's see. So fucking she gets teleported to Fishman. Oh, I'm getting all the good like freeze frames now. This is so fucking ludicrous. Oh, now we're just having fun. Look at this man. Look at this. Oh, gotta make him bigger. Oh, look at that man. That's just oh. God damn. Fishman will return in Avengers Infinity War. Who would win? Oh, fuck's sake. How do I fucking... I've got too many things on screen, so I can't click on the thing I want to click on. Fuck. Oh, boy. Who would win? Oh, it's too good. Too good.
This is literally the most minor criticism of the whole thing, but it really frustrates me in that the latest screen cap that you've put up, that their sashes are on the opposite way. If
Oh,
it's a
let's do.
uniform, it's a uniform. So have it go the same way. Why is it mirrored? It's just, it really frustrates me. My OCD is just going wild.
Yeah, they would like, because if there was like a dress protocol, they would be required to dress roughly the same, wouldn't it?
It's just so basic. Have some basic care for the continuity in your show.
Yep. Like I suppose I give it the benefit of the doubt and say that like certain sashes are supposed to go. I don't even know who these people are, to tell you the truth, but like I don't even. Do I care to give this show the benefit of the doubt? It's just, it's all funky. I don't like it. I want quality back. Give me. Oh, don't worry, we're almost done. We're almost done with this bullshit. So then like Mr. Mobius goes back into the room and Loki is just in full like, oh man, I am a person mode. So we just see this little fucking, so it's just like, oh my god, oh no, why am I a person? No. So it's just there, just going, oh no.
Nowhere left to run.
And so we established earlier that Loki likes to hurt people. His arc was slowly letting go of his like more, I suppose you can call, sociopathic tendencies, and to like become a much more of a you know, he's not perfect by any stretch, but he becomes like nobler as part of his character development. But that's something that happens via the passage of time, with his time with Thor and a lot of different factors weighing in on that. So at this point, like it was never that he was always like this, it's that he grew past his flaws. It wasn't that his flaws were trying to make up for something, because they were always there. But instead he finds new purpose later on. But he definitely liked killing people. He definitely enjoyed the mischief. He definitely enjoyed the subjugation. So let's just see what Loki has to say about it all.
I can't go back, can I? Back to my timeline.
Pausing for copyright, but we are getting so close. We're getting so close to something I know you guys are all gonna love so much.
I don't enjoy hurting people. I don't enjoy it. I do it because I have to, because I've had to.
Pausing for copyright. Pausing. Oh, Sandhill, send it to me either via Discord or via Twitter. I should get either one.
Okay, explain that to me.
Because it's part of the illusion. It's the cruel, elaborate trick conjured by the weak to inspire fear.
The desperate play for control.
You do know yourself.
A villain.
That's not how I see it.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. I gotta get to the end of this scene just for the dialogue, but we're gonna have words about this afterwards.
You try to use that?
Oh, several times. Even an infinity stone is useless here.
Just a wee bit ham-fisted, a wee bit contradictory, a wee bit insulting. Just a little bit.
TVA is formidable.
That's been my experience. Listen, I can't offer you salvation, but maybe I can offer you something better. Fugitive variants.
Okay, so we've gotten past the whole I'm going to state my entire motivation to the audience part. We've gotten to... So there's so many things wrong with that. It's hard to pick where to begin, so I'm going to let you take this one, Kat.
With the whole scene?
You know,
because my main issue is just that his self-awareness is so unearned and lazy and contrived and stupid that, like, a week ago, this guy was gouging someone's eye out. They literally showed us that scene and all the redemption arc that he went through in the Dark World and Ragnarok that lead up to what he does in Infinity War. Suddenly he's aware that everything he was doing had these immoral implications and motivations, and that he never wanted to hurt people. He just didn't have free will. Like, sorry, what? That's not at all how they have written Loki up until now, or anyone would actually respond up until now. He would be, I think, angry and scheming and doubling down on the fact that, yeah, he does want to hurt people because he wants power. That's the whole purpose of Loki. That's my view.
Yep, I just gotta quickly type something.
And okay, so I am going to bring this up again, but just in general, I don't hate the idea of predeterminism as something that they're exploring on a philosophical level, because I always think that that's been a part of Loki and Loki's character. But that his justification for hurting people is that he did it because he's had to undermines that arc that he goes through where he doesn't actually believe in predeterminism anymore, where he sees control and subjugation as a bad thing. So they've set this whole, again, these time fascists, they've set them up, made them the good guys somehow, and now Loki's coming around to their point of view? Like, what? I'm so confused.
Yeah, like, so you would say that it should be very much presenting Loki with the idea of predeterminism rather than establishing that predeterminism is a very much a set thing. So like having basically we're trying to find an existential crisis to put Loki under as far as his free will being robbed from him, but they went way too far with it by stripping the entire MCU of free will in the process to fit the thematic underbelly that they want to explore with Loki's subjugation of others and everything.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, I think that it's, again, I think it's always been a part of Loki's character. Like, for instance, that speech he gives in Germany after gouging out that guy's eye, he goes, "Is not this simpler? Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity that you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom diminishes your life's joy in a mad scramble for power, for identity. You were made to be ruled. In the end, you will always kneel." And, you know, the whole burdened with glorious purpose, everything to do with that. Or even when he's talking to Black Widow and he's like, you know, you lie and kill because that you're doing what you're told to do. You think you're following your own code, but you're actually following theirs. So it's always been a part of at least this Loki up until 2012, where he's believed very strongly in the purpose of subjugation and of control. And he's not only believed in it, but he's supported it and he's aimed for it. But now that he's a victim of it, I think clever writing would be like, he should now be fighting against the TVA because he realizes that they're doing basically what he's been wanting to do, which is removing everybody's free will. But instead, it seems like they are supporting what the TVA is doing, which means they should be supporting what Loki wanted to do all along. Just in, like, they're also killing people, right? By killing the variants. So how are the TVA not exactly parallel with Loki? What makes him have this big revelation that that's wrong, but not also that the TVA is wrong? I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's basically my take on it.
Yeah, I think I get I think I do get what you're saying. So it's kind of it's very much a case of this should be a place that he goes in this arc of realizing of losing his taste for oppression after having experienced it himself.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So and there's stuff you can do with that. And I think we all agree that the issue is definitely not what that exploring that thematically. It is definitely it is. Sorry, I'm looking at the Loki Joker images. I'm just
I'm currently being traumatized by them.
Oh, sweet Jesus. And I've lost my train of thought. But it's definitely the fact that the way they chose to do it was to just strip the entire MCU of free will and then use that to give Loki his existentialism. And even then, it wasn't anything unique to this Loki. It was literally just trying to fast forward his character development to Ragnarok.
Exactly. Jokey. Love it.
Jokey. Oh, fuck. So yeah, so he agrees to work with the TVA because bum bum bum, another variant is on the loose, and it's another version of him. So then we cut to these chuckle fucks. Don't worry, guys, we're almost over. We're almost over, guys. We're almost over. It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long time. My time is finally near. I'm going to see my dreams come alive at last. I can touch the sky. It's not going to hold me down no more. No, it's not going to change my mind because I got faith of the heart. Going where my heart will take me. I've got strength to believe that I can do anything. Here we go. So we cut to these chuckle fucks, and one of them goes down, and we have our Last Jedi Salt moment where he goes down and goes oil. He doesn't lick the oil, unfortunately, so I can't really criticize it from that perspective. But I just at this moment, it reminded me of Last Jedi, which is always a comparison you want. So they're like, yeah, oil. Yeah, some fucking person with a time machine must have gone back and the thing where they fucking they must have gone back and they wanted to be a gold digger, so they found an oil field. So they went back and wanted to find an oil field. So it's just like do we want to like call this one in? We want to grab them. It's just like, nah, just fucking put down the goo. So they're just like I don't want to do the paperwork. Just fucking put down the goo. So so what does this mean, right? Like, so they can just leave someone in that timeline and just throw down the goo, and that'll just reset everything. So why bother with the trials? Why bother with taking in variants? Like, if it's literally a case of I can't be fucked, they're more than willing to not bring in the variant. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how any of this works. But anyway, I promised goo. I'm going to find the goo when it comes up. But it doesn't appear that the goo is here quite yet. So instead I'm going to just continue recapping. So they were like, put down the goo, put down the meme goo. But then it's like, oh no, there's a woman or someone in the distance. Who is that? Who is that? And then this person, so they start running after her. But then this person fucking raises a lantern. And as they go after her, she drops it to the ground, creating fucking flames. Now, oh, that is the wrong image. So So it fucking creates flames. Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to to these guys. So we have had a demonstration of their technological might up until this point, right? So they have complete manipulation of time. They've got a futuristic city. They have completely nullified magic. They have abilities and capabilities beyond that of anything we have ever seen. So you would think that that armor they're wearing is some pretty neato shit, right? Like, it would be, able to resist bullets and lasers and magic and spears. It would just be able to just tank it all. You'd need special stuff to get through that armor. You need the absolute most special stuff to get through the armor. Or at the very least, it wouldn't be vulnerable to like our most primitive form of weaponry, right? It wouldn't have weaknesses that you would find that, forms of armor nowadays have resistance to. Surely, they would be the zenith of humanity. Surely they would not say, I don't know, maybe they wouldn't be like, let's say, vulnerable to fire? I don't know. Maybe I find it a little bit stupid that these sophisticated future soldiers can burn to death on an oil field when they can manipulate time, when they have every kind of fucking advancement apparently possible, like technological sophistication so advanced that Loki confused it for magic. I don't know. Maybe this is a little bit retarded. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. I don't know. Maybe. So Mr. Man crawl. So we have this man trying to crawl away from the flames, trying to valiantly get to the meme goo. So he starts here. He starts crawling towards the meme goo. He trying in vain, in absolute agony the entire time. Go, man, go, no! And then he's dragged away, just moments away from getting the meme goo. So let me just get you a screenshot of that to document this valiant man's effort for the meme goo. So he's snatched away from the meme goo, slowly but surely dragged. No, the meme goo. And thus, the meme goo is left all on its lonesome. Left in the glitch flames of VLC. All alone. Can primitive man be trusted with the meme goo? Well, that question, unfortunately, will not come to pass, for you see, mysterious figure person, dun dun dun, steals the meme goo. No! Cliffhanger, bomb, and that was Loki. Season 1, episode 1. That was a disaster. Holy fuck. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, we have problems. We definitely have problems. What do I rate it? God, I'm tempted to give it a 0, tell you the truth. It's either a 1 or a 0. It's not getting anything higher than that. It fundamentally destroys everything if the revelations in here hold true. And there's not much in it to like beyond that anyway. There's not much that I can't think of beyond some stuff conceptually. There's not much to really latch onto. I found some stuff funny in isolation, but it's it is a disaster. It ruins the MCU. It breaks it. It boils it. It chops it up. It destroys anything even resembling stakes. It destroys Loki's character. It fundamentally misunderstands everything. I can't really. Yeah. I'm impressed with how badly they did it. Like you said that you were hoping that you would enjoy this so that we'd have some debate. Didn't is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just horror, wasn't it? I just saw the light go out in your eyes as every revelation came out, just the sheer horror of what you were witnessing. I think that's reflected by a lot of people. This is just a disaster show of a fucking episode of a fucking series. And I can't I don't even know what else to say that hasn't been said yet. It's just horrendous.
I think there are a few defenses that are worth specifically addressing. The
Mhm.
first one, the first one being that the whole predeterminism thing is a nitpick.
Oh, yeah. So some lovely folks have been nice enough to call the whole predeterminism critique nitpicking. So I'm gonna see if I'm pretty sure I screenshot. Okay, so I'm gonna get up a few tweets now. That I prepared ahead of time, you see. So fuck, where's the I'm actually just gonna make sure I don't dox anyone. Where's the Discord thing? I'm gonna temporarily just take that down so I can get some stuff from so just to get some screenshots that I have harvested from earlier on, because this is unreal is all I can is the only word I can think of. It's just unreal. What some of the responses have been to this. Because a lot of people really fucking love it. And look, if you enjoy it subjectively, like I apply this is me being consistent with my standards for that. You're allowed. I don't care if you love it subjectively. You're allowed to love it subjectively. But if you dare call it nitpicking, holy shit, I don't even know what to say. I'm just trying to find this fucking screenshot. Might not even be. Oh boy. Well, I can't find it. So let me just fucking get the Discord thing back up. But I do have another screenshot I can show. And here's the thing, right? This is another example of people really don't know how to disagree on Twitter. I'm not even talking about people who are just dicks. I'm talking about people who like literally they don't know how to have a substantive disagreement. So like I put out the statement, you know, they just broke the MCU, and this is like something that and you know, this is something I start going into more detail with other tweets, but then someone just replies with not really. They don't ask me to clarify. They just say no, not really. They don't bother to they don't give any indication that they understand what I'm talking about. They don't give any kind of like this is one of the most useless responses I've ever gotten in my life. Like
They're really terrified of that character limit that Twitter imposes.
Yeah, they really are. They really are.
If they said more, they'd get melted.
Exactly it. Apparently, Angry Joe give this a 10 out of 10, and I'm just like, what fucking show did you watch? I want that show. Just realizing that photo, like Loki looks like he's fucking the robot. So, so it looks like he's fucking the robot.
Oh god.
So I'm gonna show you. Don't worry, chat. I'm gonna show you this. So in this one, he looks like he's fucking the robot. You're gonna get to see this with your own eyes. Here we go. So does he not look like he's fucking the robot, chat? Oh, what did Movie Bob say about it? Did he like give it an 11 out of 10? What are Bob's ratings anyway nowadays? Wait.
I thought that was Willem Dafoe.
I thought that was about Willem Dafoe. No. No. What was their reasoning behind the 10 out of 10? Movie Bob rated it a small meal for him. I was confused. Oh fuck. Well, so here's the thing. When you call it a, people don't know what a nitpick is. They just don't. Like for me, a nitpick is just something that is like obviously a flaw, but it's ultimately inconsequential. Like it's still a valid criticism. It's just nothing that really tarnishes the overall thing. While most people nowadays, they just want nitpick to be defined as they want it to just be defined as criticisms that I don't find valid or criticisms that don't affect my enjoyment. And it's just like, no, that's a different category. That is because a nitpick can be that, or a major flaw could also be that. That's like, I think I want a catch-all term for that just so I can properly explain it. But it's like, you know, when there are flaws that you know are flaws, you can deconstruct it to all hell, but ultimately at the end of the day, it doesn't bother you. And it can be entirely arbitrary. Like there's no reason there's no reason for for it not bothering you. It just doesn't. Whether that's nostalgia or it's like something that really resonates with you, so you're willing to forgive it, or maybe what the property is still hits all the beats, so that you want it to. So it might have that going for it. Like this is, I don't know what to call it. It's. I don't know, a flaw that is, it's like a subjective nitpick, I guess, or like no, not even that. No, I'm not. It's like what would a term be for like a flaw that is a flaw, but that doesn't bother you, and it can be a big flaw or a little flaw. It's just about whether or not you engage with it. But like. No, not neatpick. Neatpick means that it's the opposite of a nitpick, which is it's a really good thing that is ultimately inconsequential.
It's like a soft spot.
Soft spot, yeah, maybe. Or yeah, maybe like it's the media, like, so like for example, like if there's like fight choreography that's absolutely fucked, and it does actually fuck with the story if you pay attention to it. Like often not, like it's very dependent, but there are certain fight scene fuck ups that don't. There are a lot of fight scene fuck ups that don't bother me. So like, what would the word be for like something that for a flaw that is either major or small, but still doesn't bother you? That's not nitpick.
According to Quora, you can call it a fan wank.
No, it's not that. Well, okay. I don't think people understand what I'm talking about. So I might just leave it. Because people are saying neat pick, but neat pick means it's a positive. A neat pick is a positive that is small and inconsequential. No, it's not an inconsequential. Like it can be a huge gaping flaw, or it can be a really small flaw. But the point is, you're subjectively you don't really care about it. So, oh boy, I'm losing the battle here.
Nitbug.
I don't know. We'll find. Maybe I'm not explaining it very well. Well, we'll figure out something at some point. We gotta get some shorthand down for this because it's. I think it. Yeah, we'll work it out. But I'm gonna go to super chats now. And is there anything? Are there any other criticisms you think I should address, Kat?
That it's for teenagers was another tweet.
Oh, sorry, what?
Oh, not even teenagers. Sorry, it says it's for preteens.
Oh, we've upgraded from children. So it's no longer just for children, it is for preteens and therefore cannot be judged, as you can tell by Tom Hiddleston fucking the robot over there. So yep, latest fucking edition of, it's for children, space wizards, la-di-la-di-la, that kind of thing. Yep. It's a strange one. So let's see. If Character X had so from Uncle Jamie, a $5 donation. If Character X had made decision Y, they would have been melted. Yep. I'm glad we finally got the deconstruction version of that. Batman Who Laughs with a $5 donation. My mum just told me she watched the first episode and really liked it. I was like, no. I told her it is terrible writing and narrative-wise, but it was terrible writing and narrative-wise, but she was obvious. Is that, that might have been meant to say oblivious, but yeah. I think my brother tried to push back on it a little bit, because I don't think he had quite caught on to the implications of predeterminism, but it didn't take him long to realize, oh, yeah, if they don't, this could have really big problems if they don't fucking, if they don't find a way to undo this.
That's the thing. Predeterminism on its own is not a completely broken concept, I think. Like there is the argument for what's called soft determinism, that you can still have free will, but there's still a destiny in that people don't know that there's a sacred timeline. So yeah, maybe Tony would have been melted if he hadn't built the first Iron Man suit and blasted his way out of the cave in the way that everything happened, but he still chose to do it. So maybe in a variant, he didn't choose to do it and then he was melted, but at some point he did make the decision to do it. He just didn't know that he had no other option. So we can still make decisions. We're not aware that the wrong ones don't count, which I think in and of itself means that free will is still kind of possible. I mean, you also still have the free will to make variations, but that's really...
Well, sorry. Well, that's just kind of, isn't it the issue? There's an issue with how does a variant even occur if they have the timeline under like lock and key? Like they're not really clear about that.
Well, and exactly, and then that justifies some really dark stuff. Like we've already brought up a lot of things that, I mean, objectively should have been prevented, but were apparently part of this sacred timeline. And it's sort of, it doesn't make sense continuity wise, because why have they never then interfered with the Ancient One or Doctor Strange or Steve and Tony? There are so many other instances where maybe, there is a sacred timeline, but it's so arbitrarily enforced that it's completely contrived for this series to happen.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? And I think the idea of predeterminism is much more a lot of people say you shouldn't introduce time travel to a pre-existing franchise, and I fight back on that, just because I think it's adding time travel to a pre-existing franchise, and even just doing time travel at all, can be done well. But you first need a firm grasp of cause and effect before, in a linear sense, before you then are given the keys to a time machine to then have to figure out time travel from a non-linear, like a more a domino effecty kind of position. But predeterminism will actually fuck your established franchise, because it does rob your characters of agency. I think it can be explored like in original properties, though. The idea of being predetermined to do something because you're no longer fucking with other stories to do that. So yeah, that's just that's kind of my take on it. Like yeah, because I do think predeterminism is an interesting idea to explore. It's just you've got to be so careful with it, and I I'd like, it's one of those things I struggle to think how you would add it to a pre-existing franchise unless it was like in a more abstract sense of there's another dimension where everything is predetermined, and it's like a pre-established characters with their free will looking at it from the outside, so that you could still have that while at the same time keeping the other characters' free will intact. That could be a way to go about it.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that part of what the issue with that is that they've made it so that it's not just that everything's predetermined by these omniscient lizards, but that it's teleological as well. It's not just arbitrary. They have a specific agenda in this sacred timeline. They said that it's working towards like the best version of everything. So that justifies every bad thing that's ever happened, every, lack of choice that people have had, because somehow we're getting to this supposed like utopia. And I think that's really dangerous to impose on a established series, that every complication, every time a hero has been needed, it's all been in service of getting towards this better future. I think that's really, messed up.
Yeah, exactly it. And, it's also just like, and as we established, it's just a very it can be used as a very lazy way for the writers to what's the word for it? Just to dismiss plot holes entirely. Because they can just say it's just what the lizards wanted. And they destroyed all variants that actually made sense. So
and not just that the lizards wanted it, but that the lizards want it because it will make us better.
Yeah.
Like, according to what and also how. Ugh, too many of those what, when, how, why questions.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's like, and again, as we keep saying, well, it's at least as I keep saying, if this had just been a fun time travel romp, that just kept that just, it wasn't, not even, I don't know, that just had Loki going from place to place, either, as a buddy cop thing with Mobius, or like kind of against his will, just kind of like he has the collar there just to force him to cooperate. That could have been funny. Or, if he was just going on his own, like, say, like, I don't know, for some reason, he's just being deposited into different time periods for some reason. I don't know why that would happen. Like, you would have to figure out a reason, because the Space Stone wouldn't travel him in time. But, he's just ending up in different points in time, and then it's just like, what kind of chaos does he end up making at different points in the timeline? And that could be a fun concept, but instead they so insist on turning him back into a hero, and just like fast forwarding his character development for this completely different story. And by the way, that's another thing about that scene that doesn't make any sense. He just confesses his entire motivation to this complete Randy. And he doesn't and it's not even the correct motivation, but the fact that he does it in the first place is even worse. He shouldn't. He barely knows this guy, and he's not even like, even with Thor, he's not exactly like forthcoming with him. So I don't get it.
yeah, it's really, really lazy character writing. On top of which, I do feel like insulted as a fan with what they did with the Infinity Stones. So I think that there's a lot of just contrivance in order to fast forward his arc and, yada yada, a whole bunch of details to get to wherever it is they're going in the next few episodes.
Absolutely. Oh, it is this is pain is the only word for it. I am disgusted. I wanted to get better. I don't really have any hope it will. I want to be proven wrong, but
I'm curious what your prediction is as to where they're going to go with it.
I couldn't even tell you. Usually I have a prediction, but I think they're going to fight a like a female version of Loki who's fucking shit up, and they're going to go to different time periods, and there's going to be like we're going to learn more about the timekeepers. It's about all I'm willing to put money on at this point.
Yep. I think part of the issue is that they don't know what kind of stakes they want to impose, because they've set up these forces that are more powerful than anything we've been introduced to previously, with just like complete and utter dominance over every matter in the universe. But then at the same time, if these lizards are as sort of omniscient and omnipotent as they've been made out to be, then nothing matters. So there are no stakes. So I'm just really, really hoping that they turn out to be evil, and it's a Loki versus the TVA. That's the only way I think it can be redeemed for me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I all I can really say is all bets are off now. Just God knows where they're going next, and I want to say that at least they ripped off the Band-Aid early, and there's no way they can possibly make this worse. It'll probably have a lot of bad shit in the next few episodes, but like when you establish predeterminism, you can really only flounder from there. It's not, I don't know how you could go even further down, but I've been proven wrong on that before as well, so all bets are off. All bets are off. But we might start wrapping up the stream there. If anyone wants to get any additional super chats in, I'll give a couple of minutes just to do that, but otherwise we're going to start wrapping up. So if you want to get any super chats in, now is the time. Oh man, I am exhausted. How long have we been going for this? Let's see.
4 hours.
Yeah, well, 84 concurrent viewers. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's been quite. We've been going for 4 hours. Yeah. Oh, I tell you, when I saw how slowly we were going, I was just like, "Fuck! Do I have the stamina to get through this entire episode of recaps?" But we did it. We did it. We went through that entire episode. It's probably stuff we missed, but I think we got the key points that needed to be addressed. Yeah, this episode is an actual disaster zone.
I think someone said that they were worried for our sanity going forward if we're going to keep watching. And I do have to admit, I think if they get Owen Wilson to try to speak French again, that might just be the thing that kills it for me completely.
Oh God. Yeah, I've got no clue. Let's see. Gogger with his $5 donation went cum yum in my bum bum. Also stop hating women. Wonderful. Oh goodness gracious. Oh, I'll spend that $5 on a prophylactic. Cum yum is a disease that infects the brain. Ugh. Well, on the bright side to you, Kay, at least you didn't have to like rewatch the scenes with me with this one. You just got to hear my recaps.
Well, yeah, you've seen it nearly 3 times now. I don't know how you're still functioning, how you haven't flipped a table by now.
Oh, the stamina that got me through Zack Snyder is more than enough for this shit.
You've trained.
I have trained. Oh man, it's not great, not great. But yeah. Oh, so we'll probably wrap it up there, chat, unless we get a last minute super chat in there. But I think yeah, I think it's time. It's been fun. It's been cool. It's been groovy. It's been absolutely movie, and yeah. This show sucks. Marvel, what the fuck are you doing? Kevin Feige, be fucking pickier with your writers. Also, have you taken crazy pills lately? Because what the fuck is going on? And yeah. Oh, how does it feel to see my favorite franchise go up in flames? It was pretty fucking great. It was pretty fucking great. Anyway, bye bye now. I'm gonna
Bye.
go